Hello? My microphone, hold on. My microphone drip. You know, hopefully that works. Hello. Okay. Oh shit. Hi, hi. I have a poll up for the game. I hope everybody's doing good today. Happy Valentine's Day to anybody who celebrates it. So we're gonna do some things. Um I so eepy. Sorry, hold on. Okay. Sorry, I had to message somebody. Okay. Hi, hi. We're gonna start the game in a minute. But I wanted to say hi. I don't know what route I want to do. That's why I have the poll up. Come on, guys, that's crazy. There's nobody here that wants to play. That's insane. Nobody's gonna vote. Yeah, nobody's gonna vote, then I'll just dip. Alright. Well, we'll figure it out when we open. I really want to try Baxter, but I don't know if I should try that or not. Okay. Let me get the game open. I haven't opened this game since fucking February 16th, 2022. Oh my god. I forgot I played this like a lot. I did 65 hours of this game. Oh, that must have included the wedding DLC. I bet I forgot. Alright, let me pause my music. Hold on. Okay, waiting for the game to load up. Oh my god, this is gonna take forever. Okay. I'm getting the game open. Hearing people talk. Alright. Hold on. You guys can't hear this at all, so let me change my settings. Okay, there we go. You can hear the game now. Okay, and then game capture. Yes. Why does it look like that? Hold on. Let me try this again. Window. Why does it look like that? Hmm. Okay, that doesn't work. So why does that work? Yeah, that's not working. Maybe I should do a window capture. Okay. Can you be quiet, dog? Okay. It's gonna look weird, but let me get it working. Hold on. Can you shut the fuck up? Why are you barking at me? Okay, I can't change the size of the window. I don't know why, but I can't. How do I... That didn't work. Alright. Let me try this again, hold on. Why are you barking? Hold on. I'm struggling. Ah! Why is that locked? Sorry, I'm having difficulties right now. Yeah, I'm struggling, hold on. I'm like having a really bad time right now. Why is this happening? How could this happen to me? Alright, hold on, let me close out the game and then reopen it. Okay. Try to reopen the game. Waiting for it to load. I don't want to do display capture because that would be too rough. That's still not working. What's wrong with this thing? Sorry guys, I'm struggling technologically. That doesn't work. Hold on. Concerning that I can't see the window and I'm not able to edit it. Let me do this. Game capture. That didn't do shit either. What's wrong with this thing? I'm not liking this, guys, that I can't get it to work. Alright, we're gonna do something that's not great. I don't want to do it this way, but I'm gonna have to do it this way. Okay. Alright, something's going on here. I can't get it to work. So... something's blocking it, but I don't know what it is. Filters? No. Alright, hold on. Something's wrong here. So... okay. Dude, is my gaming overlay, like, thing broken, or... well, that looks like it's right. That's correct. That's fine. Alright, let me see if I can... hold on. I'm so sorry. I'm having technological difficulties right now. Let me... real quick. Okay, that way you guys know I'm having issues with my game stuff right now. Add. Add this. Okay, I'm seeing something down here. I was trying to figure out what was wrong with my stuff. I'm just trying to resize stuff. What the heck, man? Why'd that happen to me? Okay. So let's try another window capture. And then we'll drag this down. It's just gonna be like the wrong size, but you'll just have to get used to it, I guess. Because the game's not wanting to do what it's supposed to do, so... We're just gonna play the game. It'll be fine. I mean, I hope so, so. Alright, let me turn off this. Okay, we ready? Oh, DLC info, hold on. Okay, I've got all of the... Oh, wedding DLC. Ooh, okay. Let's do a new file. I'm excited. Okay. Woo. You like gameplay explanation sections to appear? No. Alright, time to make my character. I like that one. Alright, we're doing our hair. What kind of hairstyle should we pick? This is all the front. Ooh, scrappy, huh? Ooh, that flow one is nice. I like that one. Let's change the color. And then have a look at the different hairs. Yo, there's so many different hair types. This is crazy. Okay, we're back at the beginning. I do like the hair swoop one. So we might do... Where is a good one that we do? Okay. Always Chihuahua. I don't see, I don't see my name on here. That's fucked up. What do we have? No. Probably pick that one. Freckles. Hand size cylinder. Glasses none. Okay, no birthmarks anywhere. We could do freckles everywhere. I wear all things. I wear bracelets and necklaces. I don't have scars or birthmarks, so yeah. Good. Yippee! Oh, you know what? Let me just do a quick search. How to So I'm doing a Google search right now. Reddit. Okay, I don't want to get spoiled, so we'll just have to figure it out. Okay. Summer in Sunset Burr was a special time of year. The usually sleepy town began to bustle. It was a popular tourist destination. with people coming from all over to enjoy the beach, the weather, and the relaxation that came with both. The smell of the ocean, crisp and salty, hung in the air, bringing 3 whole months of schoolless vacation with it. During the summer, your moms didn't like you to wander too far outside of your neighborhood, so you knew the area pretty well. That included the people. Families came and went from Sunset Bird, but they mostly stayed and did what your mom called putting down roots. They built businesses, they got to know each other, and they definitely said hello to the nice young kids who waved when passing their stores. Going for a walk around town mostly meant that the familiar, friendly residents waved or asked how your family was, or most often just said hello. Let's see. End up saying hi to a lot of different people. Anxious to say hi back. Didn't really get why they always said hi back. They saw you every day, but you nodded back at them anyway. Probably the first one. Yeah, let's pick the first one. It was a polite thing to do after all, and your moms had taught you to always be respectful. But today there was a man sitting on the curb outside your house. He was sitting with his head in his hands, his whole body slumped over, and you wondered if he was even a real person, or a statue that had magically sprung from the ground overnight. Whoever or whatever he was, you had never seen him before. One thing about knowing everyone in Sunset Bird was that people who you didn't recognize really stood out. It was rare for tourists to venture into the residential district, as your moms called it. So for you, not knowing who a total stranger was set off a lot of red flags. Your mom had a talk with you and your big sister Lizzie about this kind of situation before. And you hadn't exactly been listening. You mentioned that some people aren't good to talk to. You remember that it's okay to run away if you feel uncomfortable. Hell yeah. You weren't sure about this man yet. Still, you felt a bit scared knowing that he was blocking the way. But you're pretty interested. Whether it was nice or not, you didn't want to be bothered. You slowed down as you thought about how you could get around this. There was a split second where your eyes met. That wasn't good. He was probably going to say something now. He'd seen you standing around here. Hey, you were right. His deep voice called out to you, but he didn't say anything. Fortunately, the man stood up and started to make his way toward you. Not wanting to seem too approachable, you folded your arms and stared, not sure about him, but willing to be friendly, you offered the stranger a smile. Your whole body froze in place as he approached. I'm picking this one. Do you live around here? What's your name? You looked the man up and down, taking in his tanned skin and relaxed appearance. At least his clothes were relaxed, the way he was acting wasn't. He had sharks on his shorts, and a stingray tattoo, and you wondered if he was obsessed with the ocean or something. While you made your assessment, he looked at you expectantly, waiting for an answer to his question. Yeah, I live here. I think I'm gonna pick, yeah, I live here. That's great. He looked happy to hear it, giving you a broad smile. $20. He reached in his pocket and pulled out a clean $20 bill. It crinkled in his hand as he held it up to you. Even more confused than before, you looked up at him. Well... Could you do me a favor? Nothing bad, sorry, I should've... Let me start over. He cleared his throat and stood up straighter. From where you were standing, it just made him look creepier. I have a son, his name is Cove, who's about your age. Seemed like a strange name for an actual person, a living person. You checked on the inside of your cheek, the guy was definitely obsessed with water. You thought that was pretty cool. I'm definitely chewing on the inside of my cheek, for sure. He wasn't the only person like that in Sunset Bird. We moved in across the street, see? He gestured toward the house that had been empty for a year, his watch catching the late afternoon sunlight and reflecting off the walls. The giant for sale sign was finally gone. You must be Brandon Chihuahua, right? I met your moms earlier. They told me you were 8, just like him, so... He shook the $20 bill to bring it back to your attention, and a hopeful smile tilted his lips at the corners. Can you try to be friends with the boy? Just give it a chance, and you can keep this. He's a good kid, you'll like him.
Do you mind?
But you gotta keep it a secret too, okay? It wouldn't be friendly to say his dad sent you. You eyed the man, you kind of felt sorry for Cobb. Did other kids really get their parents to pay for friendships? I'm gonna say I felt sorry for him. This definitely wasn't the normal way kids made friends. You knew that. What do you say? Want to make a deal? You took the bill, you didn't want the money, you ran away. I didn't take the money. No thank you. Sorry. He deflated enough to notice, but not completely.
Are you sure?
It wouldn't be so bad. Even if it's just for the summer, that'd be enough. That only made this sound more strange to you. Why does it lasting for summer matter? When it was clear his initial strategy wasn't going to fly, he tucked the bill into a back pocket and changed the quest. I get it, you don't have to. Would you be comfortable with he and I coming over for a normal visit? No money involved. Okay, you could do that, I guess. You'd have to ask my mom's. You didn't answer the man. You'd have to ask my mom's. His smile got bigger again. His eyes crinkled at the sides. Of course, they invited us over earlier, but I'd like to ask you too. But I guess you can. I'll bring him by tomorrow. I wanted him to meet and greet with the neighbors today, but, well, I don't know where he's gotten off to. He laughed when he said that, but the way his face looked, you thought he'd actually wanted to cry. If you see him, can you tell him to come on home? He's got a pink cast and glasses. You can't miss it. I could try. You nodded, not totally certain that you'd find Cove, but willing to look. The man smiled and reached out to pat you on the head, paused before doing so, then pulled his hand away and said, Your moms are already checking around for me. Such a thoughtful group you are. Now I better go look too. Can't put everyone else to work while I keep sitting here. I thought he might come back and... That's important. I have to go. Thanks again. So much. He jogged off down the street without another word. He decided to check the hills behind your house. The child. Step one. Hippie. Now, we're not going to go for his route, because his is the original story. I've already done that, so we're going to see how well we do here. The chirping of crickets and the tall grass greeted you, quiet and familiar. From the top of the hill, you could see the ocean. As you walked, you listened to the crash of the waves on the shore, and the seagulls squawking as they settled down for the night. You always loved the ocean. It was so much fun. You loved to hear stories about the sea, about the merfolk and sea serpents you imagined living far beneath the waves. You didn't enjoy the beach all that much, especially the sand, which got absolutely everywhere. I'm torn between these two. I do love stories about the sea, but I fucking hate the sand, so that wins. You really couldn't understand why so many people came all the way from where they really lived just to visit the ocean. Took a deep breath. You wanted to try to relax. And couldn't. You weren't sure what, but something told you that you weren't alone, so you glanced around. Small child. There was a boy sitting at the top of one hill, almost completely hidden within the long grass and white flowers surrounding him. His head was buried in his knees, staring ahead by himself. For whatever reason, probably just that he wasn't paying attention, he hadn't noticed you yet. You watched him for a minute longer, feeling a little bit like he'd found a deer in the wild. Though deer didn't have green hair, wavy eyebrows, huge glasses, pink cast, sad frowns. Green hair. But this boy did. You watched as it fluttered softly around his face in the breeze. After a few more seconds, he took a step forward, then another, and then he glared your way. His aquamarine eyes reflected the light of the moon. You stopped, raising a hand to acknowledge him and show you weren't scary. Are you lost? Hey, Space Cadet. Hi, are you lost? With a start, he jumped to his feet, his hands falling into fists at his sides. He didn't say anything, just stared at you in a strange way. He'd been crying. There were traces of tears on his cheeks and his knees, soaking the hem of his shorts. And his eyes are still shining with a few more. You'd obviously caught him off guard. His pink cast seemed to glow in the twilight, though when he caught you staring at it, he hid his arm behind his back. Something the man earlier had said stuck out to you. Cove? Eyes wide and he studied you. How'd you know that? I met your dad. I'm all-knowing. Lucky guess. I met your dad. So, is this your hill? He gestured with his uninjured arm to the patch of grass surrounding you, his face falling at the prospect. I can leave it if it is. You can't own a hill, you shook your head. Oh, which way would I go about it? I'm gonna say I shook my head. While doing so, you also picked at a strand of lint on your leg. What a weird question to ask someone. Oh. He sat back down with a thump, resting his chin on his knees again. Curious about the strange new boy with the odd dad, you sat on the patch of grass next to him. The pure white flowers that covered this hill rocked back and forth gently as the stars twinkled above. The way they dotted the sky made them seem like flowers too. The night wind was cool as it traveled over the ocean and up the hill, chasing away the heat from the afternoon sun. Why are you here? Why'd your family move? A quiet hiccup escaped Cove as soon as you asked the question, almost like they'd never stopped. His tears starting up again with a vengeance. My parents, they didn't want to live together with me anymore. The tears fell fast and heavy over his flushed cheeks, sticking in his dark lashes. My mom made my dad leave, and he took me with him, and now we have a house here, and I want to go home. The outburst took you off guard. By the time he was done wailing, Cove's chest was heaving with exhaustion. He sniffled and removed his glasses, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand before putting them back on again. I hate this place. I want my real life back. I want my mom. I'm sorry, your dad seems kind of nice. You'll like it here, you just have to get used to it. Stop crying. I'm not saying that. Your dad seems kind of nice, or I'm sorry is probably the ones that I'll say. I'm going to say I'm sorry. He slipped his hands underneath his glasses and pressed his fingers against his eyelids. Cove wound himself up again for another long crying fit. He felt bad for him, being forced to come here with no choice. Couldn't imagine what it would feel like to live with only one of your moms, but it must be pretty hard. But from way off in the distance, you hear your parents.
Cove?
Kids, where did you go? Cove looked at you, tears still clinging to his cheeks. Don't tell them we're here.
I want to go home.
I don't want to go back to that house. I want to go home. You can handle it. You have to go. Don't worry so much. Sorry, I have to. It'll be okay. Sorry, I have to, probably. Stretching as you stood, you tilted your head back down to look at Cove. I can't lie to my moms about where you are, you know. And they're gonna tell him. Slowly, Cove stood up with you, still looking a little reluctant. His dad's voice rang out again. Cove, can you hear me? He looked towards the sound of his dad's voice, silent, and turned away while rubbing his not bandaged arm.
Sorry.
I still don't want to go. I called out. I wanted to go home. You raised your own voice. Over here. Cove's face soured. He said nothing, but his thoughts were probably pretty nasty at that moment. The trio of parents appeared over the curve of the hill. Instantly, all their eyes landed on you, and they rushed over. Both of your moms were at your side in a split second, faces filled with worry. You're here all along, after all. We had been at the park to check for Cove, and then heard what happened earlier when you met the new neighbor. I thought you might have gone off further away. No, we were just sitting in the grass. Why is everyone acting like this is such a big thing? We're okay, don't worry. Cove didn't want to go home just yet. I'm picking that last one. Mommy gave Cove a small smile, and then she turned back to you. Thank God you're both fine. Were you two having fun out here? You looked over at Cove, who was wiggling against his dad's tight hug and pushing in his arms. You shrugged. Yes, I like him. He's good. I think I'm gonna marry him. Nah. I'm gonna shrug. He's new here. It was okay. Finally letting go of his squirming, scowling son, Cove's dad turned to the three of you.
That's a relief.
Thanks very much for finding him. I really don't know this neighborhood. Good thing Brandon knows this whole area so well. Absolutely, we should be getting home now. It's been a long day for us all. Say goodbye, Cove.
Bye.
He's not happy. The two of them walked off in the darkness, heading toward the neighborhood. He watched Cove's bright pink cast until it disappeared. Tell you what, we'll have a proper playdate tomorrow, okay? Your new friend's dad wanted to bring him by to see you and Lizzie. How does that sound? Sure, can I show him my stuff? It sounds like words. You nodded, ducking your head down. Sure, can I show him my stuff?
Of course.
Then okay. I need to change something. Okay, there we go. That's better. It was in windowed mode. Don't want to do all that. Okay. Hold on. I'm struggling, hold on. Okay, it's not liking me when I do stuff. Okay, Jesus Christ. Okay. Both of your moms laughed, the sounds overlapping into a warm, familiar chorus. Mommy put her arm around your shoulder and led you towards the path. Satisfied and more than a little ready to go to bed after your long and exciting day, you followed them home. Choose your feelings for Cove. This is how you feel towards Cove for this step. It can change later, and it can change in later steps. Direct interest. Indifferent right now. Yes. Early the next morning, you were poking at your food, eating it slowly. Your sister Lizzie had run out earlier to go play, but you'd stayed put. Today, just like your moms had promised, Cove was coming over to hang out. Excited to see your new friend again? We're not friends, really.
Okay.
With that said, are you done with your breakfast? Yeah, I don't know, am I? Your bowl was entirely empty, so you nodded. Yeah. With all the exasperation an 8-year-old can muster, you looked at your empty cereal bowl, then at Mom.
Okay.
Attitude kid, we see. Good job. You should be here soon. Cleanup began, and then on cue, there was a knock. It was hesitant, like the person wasn't sure they were in the right place. Still loud, though. I drank all my water. Need to get a more obvious doorbell. I know. Could you get it? Because Mom said so, you wandered over to the door. Hi, hey Chihuahua family. Thanks for having us. Mr. Holden, as your moms have called him, and his son were here. Cove looked different in the bright lighting of your living room, and when he wasn't crying. With his dad standing in front of him and Mom and Mommy behind you, you and Cove looked at each other. You studied Cove apathetically. This was the parents' plan, not yours. Not seeming any more excited than you were, he just stared back. You twisted the threaded bracelet on your wrist. You twisted the crystal bead bracelet. Flower gel. Ooh, crystal bead. You want to go play in your room? Sure. I've got some cool stuff. Come look. Okay.
Take care.
Let us know if you need anything. Have fun.
See you.
See you later, son. Play nice. You led him to your room, puffing out your chest a little bit at the sight of your treasures. There were lots of stuffed animals, a cool bed, a window to look out. It was a great room. You hadn't had anyone to show it to in a while, but you were really proud of it. He leaned in a little closer to one of your drawings on the wall. I like this. Me too. I drew that. Thank you. I don't. Thank you. You're welcome. You smiled at him. You were proud of that particular piece of art, and you were glad he noticed it. He turned to look around the room a little more, studying the books on your desk and the pictures on the walls. You started to feel a bit nervous. You felt the atmosphere was kind of awkward. You were glad for the company. You hoped he liked your company. It was nice to have someone new to play with. Then his eyes landed on the tiny box of beach things you'd collected, tucked away by your door. He took a step towards it before hesitating and pointing at it instead. What's that? A hoard of stuff I found on the beach.
Oh.
You have any driftwood in there? Dragging the box into the middle of the room, you and Cove flopped down next to it. I do, look. He gestured to a piece at the bottom still covered with specks of sand.
Neat.
This is a good collection. You got the sense from the tone of his voice that he wasn't just saying it to be nice. Or to be like Shiloh, he actually meant it. I forgot about Shiloh. Shiloh? He's friends with my older sister, and he's supposed to hang out here this afternoon. Do I have to see him? You don't have to do anything, but he's gonna be here. Anyway, I found this gigantic shell here stuck to an even bigger rock. You pulled out shell after shell, explaining where you got in each one and holding them up against the light. There were big ones, small ones, pink, purple, and orange. Most of them you washed off in the bathroom sink when you brought them home, cleaning off the sand. Over the past few years, you even learned some of their specific names. The collection was so huge and varied that you had lots of fun stories to tell. Your voice faltered a little bit, but you kept going as best you could. That one. You were really proud of your shell collection, and it made you happy that Cove was interested in it too. Apparently fascinated either by the stories or the shells themselves, Cove listened with what looked like the full force of his attention. It was a new experience to be the center of such dedicated focus, even if it was only directed at the shells. Come down to the living room. You could tell the idea was making him unhappy, but Mom wasn't giving you much of a chance to hang around. Cove hadn't been like this meeting you. You guess it was because he thinks you found each other by accident, not that a parent made it happen. Mr. Holden must be right that telling Cove his dad was part of that would be a bad idea. Before you knew it, you'd both been escorted downstairs and deposited in the living room ready for Shiloh's visit. The two of you sat side by side on the floor of your home's entryway. I brought the box of shells. I want to keep looking at them. Let's see. Great. Okay, but be careful. You should have asked. I'm gonna be careful. I will. You weren't sure if you could trust someone else with your treasures yet, but you stayed next to him while he opened the lid and peered inside. Cove reached in and pulled out a big orange shell. Oh. Like he hadn't spoken aloud yet, he turned to you and held it up, his eyes shining. I think this is the best. This one is the best of them. That was my favorite. I like a different one best. I can show it to you. I'm gonna say he can take it. I looked at you in surprise, his eyes going wide. Really? Sure, you like it a lot, right? Uh-huh, but I don't want to take it from you. It's okay. Got the impression he was hesitant to accept something because he didn't know you very well. You insisted you let it go. No, it's okay for you. You pushed the shell against Cove's chest, willing him to receive the present, but Cove firmly shook his head and kept his arms tightly at his sides. It was a battle you couldn't win, at least not today. Cove was your neighbor now. Maybe you could give it to him another time. The two of you were still sitting on the floor, looking through your collection of beach bindings when the doorbell finally rang. Cove jumped, startled by the sound. Since the person hadn't knocked, you figured it was probably Shiloh. He knew where to look for that. Lizzie's friend? You nodded, but that didn't seem to make Cove feel better. It was already obvious that Cove didn't hide his feelings well, but he could tell what he was thinking right away. This isn't a good idea. It's just Shiloh. And where would you even go? He's at our only door. And if you go upstairs, he'll find you. Cove glanced around the room, his eyes wide, and finally paused with his glance locked on the back of the house. I hung out the window. He was already walking towards it. Scrolling to think of something to say, he stepped forward, then paused. You want to break your other arm? Shiloh is the least scary person alive. Cheer up, Shiloh's gonna like you. Please don't get hurt. I'll come with you. Good idea. Let's go. Do you want to break your other arm? Even I don't jump out of any of the windows here. This is my house. The distance from the first floor living room window wasn't far, but you could tell it made Cove nervous anyway. He touched the cast in his arm. The wind had clearly released from his sails. I don't want to break any more bones. I don't think anyone wants to. Yeah. I don't want to see him. I don't know him. You teased him, you comforted him, you encouraged him. Comfort. I get it. This isn't the best way ever to meet Shiloh. Sorry. Thanks. Shiloh poked his head into the living room. It was impossible to know for sure if he'd heard what you'd been saying or not, but you guessed that he had.
Hi.
Okay. Cove shot you an uneasy glance.
Hi.
Rude. I'm Shiloh. It's nice to meet you. Yeah. Yep, a lot of freckles. Right, I do. What are you guys doing? We're looking at shells.
Can I do it too?
Cove shrugged and looked back at your box of beach findings. What about that one? The plan for the afternoon, at least as far as you were concerned, was to sit and look at the beach thing some more. You weren't really in the mood to do much of anything else. This is the scallop shell I found last week. I kept it because it looks neat. It's a pretty color, kind of like my cast. The beautiful glittering pink did look a little bit like the wrap around his arm. Pink is a nice color. Okay.
Oh?
Is it your favorite? Not really. What is? Maybe green or blue? It might be yellow. Oh, those are all cool.
Yes.
What is this problem? I like those colors. There are better colors. Not sure how to deal with the suddenly more awkward silence. You look back at your shells. Awkward. Like usual, it didn't take long for Shiloh to get fidgety. Lizzie was his favorite. Without her around, Shiloh didn't seem to know what to do with himself. Bob wasn't like your sister. He wasn't that much like you either. Is Lizzie coming back? Don't know. Where'd she go? I think she's at the beach, probably. Is she playing at her park? Cove's eyes lit up at the mention of the park, and he looked towards you. There's a park? Yeah, but it's old. Can you show me? I want to go. You started getting up before you'd even answered, and Shiloh jumped up beside him in excitement. Really, you do too, right? Brandon, the park is fun. The park is pretty great.
Yeah.
It's right at the beach, so there's lots of fun to do. Lots of sand. It has a jungle gym and a bunch of swings. That sounds like it could be cool. So we're gonna find Lizzie? I don't know. I never really wanted to see her. I just want to check the park check the park out. Adjust without any direction. Shiloh finally turned to you. Okay. He parked up. Both boys wanted to go. It was only fair. You're getting permission from your mom, so the three of you are ready to head out. It was a short walk to the park. Lizzie had convinced her mom that it was so short, she should always be allowed to walk there by herself. Dude, reading this makes me tired. When he found her, she was hanging on the jungle gym, swinging back and forth. Hey, Lizzie. Her face lit up when she saw you, her big brown eyes going wide. Brandon, Shiloh. Hi. She dropped to the ground and landed with a soft thud in the sand. In a split second, Shiloh had abandoned you two and scrambled over just to stand by her. You were used to being left out when it was just the three of you, but now Cove was here. You weren't sure if this was an improvement. Who's that? It's Cove. He's new.
Hi.
I remember. Hi, Cove. Welcome to my park. No one ever comes to play here, since this is where we get together. She gestures widely with her arms, as if to present the area to the newcomer. While Lizzie continued talking, you took the chance to kick off your shoes and wiggle your toes through the warm sand. Nice, huh? In this neighborhood, I'm the one who comes up with the ideas. You are?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I am. Who else could handle the job? Lizzie is the oldest. By a lot. My mom said you're Brandon's age. Yeah. Thought so. I'm still the only one in this group with double digits. Oh, she's 10, right? I forgot she was 10. What about other kids? Other kids? There aren't any. We're the only kids here, and Shiloh is just visiting from another place. Not even tourists really bring their kids here. This is the land of ancients. Be careful with that the oldies don't try to steal your youth.
Oh.
Bruh. For a second it looked like he might cry again. But something in his eyes shifted. He looked back at Lizzie. What kind of old people? Like moms and dads and grandparents? Grandparents who don't have kids. They hate kids. Why? We haven't done anything. Only some of them don't like their kids. Stop saying stuff like that, you're gonna upset him. Yeah, they're really bad. Oh my god, dude, that's funny. I forgot how funny this game was. Let's see. Stop saying stuff like that, you're gonna upset him. Yeah, they're really bad. Only some of them don't like kids. I'm picking that. You interjected quickly, hoping Lizzie wouldn't take things too far. Cove sniffled, his forehead creasing with worry. Lizzie was staring Cove down, but Cove wasn't even looking at her anymore. He didn't seem to care that she was there. He went into his own head. Shiloh was the next one to speak, completely unaware of the situation. I met Lizzie and Brandon in school. You'll see tons of kids there once summer's over. I don't want to go to a new school. I don't want summer to end. Shiloh looked down to the dirt. He hadn't had much luck striking up conversations with Cove. I like summer vacation a lot too. Dude, I'm struggling to keep my eyes open. Holy shit. All the building tension in the air suddenly vanished when Lizzie laughed. Her Shiloh's discomfort at how awkward she thought Cove was at something else entirely you didn't really know. When she laughed, face scrunching up.
Okay.
Welcome to Sunset Bird Cove. Take a seat, put up your feet, and get used to it. What's wrong with him? Ugh, it's right. For the rest of the summer, Cove was always there. You saw him more often than Shiloh, and on some days, when she was in a bad mood or busy, you saw him more than Lizzie. He became a staple of your everyday life. The way sun and lunch and the beach were. That first summer, you hadn't really been interested in him one way or another. He was just kind of a fact of life. Someone you met with because he was there. Of course, that was only the start of things. Yippee! Ooh. Oh, there's some DLC in here. Ooh. What do I do? Let's do the DLC library. Every year, the Sunset Bird Memorial Library held a summer reading program. Your moms and Lizzie were big fans of it. Mom and Mommy because it encouraged reading, and Lizzie because she could win prizes. When it came to what you thought of having to read a bunch of books and then going to the library with a competitive Lizzie, you didn't care. It was just something you did every year. You didn't really question it much. Your family knew you weren't as passionate about it, but you never put it up much of a fight over something so tiny. You and Lizzie went with Shiloh before, and this year you brought Cove too. His dad had been over the moon about Cove being included that he'd driven all four of you. He had never been in Cove's dad's car before. It seemed a lot shinier than your mom's. After herding the group inside, Mr. Holden gave you all a wide wave with the arm that has a stingray on it. Have fun, kids. Stay inside of the librarians, you hear? I wish I could watch you in action, but your poor old dad has to finish up some work. Ads are about to start in 1 minute. If you don't want to watch ads, go ahead and subscribe. If you have a Prime sub available, you can use that as well, or you can use Turbo. That way you don't get ads anywhere on anybody's channel. We are also doing a sub discount right now, so go ahead and have a look at that if you want to. It's just something that I want to do for you guys today because it's Valentine's Day and I want to share the love.
I got it.
I'm sure that won't get in the way. I'd probably hold you guys back. Okay, I need to go get some water. I'm really thirsty. I'll be right back. Return, I got some water. There's pointedly no reply from his son over what was likely meant as a joke. It's only a joke. Ko's dad seemed to deflated it. I'll swing around again when this shindig ends. Yeah, you can go home now. Aw, you don't have to throw me out the door. Your sister, already in full competition mode, cut him off. For once, Cove looked grateful she was there.
Come on.
We have to go find a table, Mr. Holden. You can talk to Cove later when we win. Okay, see you in about an hour. Have fun. Did I say that already? My advanced age really is catching up to me now.
Bye.
Bye, Dad. Bye, son. The four of you watched him shuffle out of the library, glancing over his shoulder at Cove more than once. Bye, Mr. Holden. Thanks for bringing us. Thanks, Lizzie. I don't know what you're thanking me for. Are you copying Shiloh? Distracted, Cope was already glancing around the gigantic library. I want to go explore. What? I said I want to go look around and see what's in here. But the quiz starts soon. That's why we came. Wide at the first signs of conflict. Shiloh's eyes darted between Lizzie and Cove. Then you can do it without me, right? You don't need a bunch of people. Didn't your dad say to stay with the librarians? You shouldn't go somewhere by yourself. Cove leveled an unimpressed stare at the both of them. Then his eyes met yours. Cove's idea is more fun. I'll stick with Lizzie. I'd rather go exploring. The quiz sounds better. Go over to Cove. Stand next to Lizzie. Okay. I'd rather go exploring.
Seriously?
Cove looked surprised, but happy at the same time. When it came down to it, his idea was interesting and new. Fine. Well, let's go, Shiloh. Okay. Her arms folded. Your sister stormed off. Shiloh had to race to keep up with her. She cares a lot about that. Yeah, Lizzie gets really competitive. I can tell. Lizzie's been here a lot before. We could play hide and seek. Hide and seek, not exploring. Yep. If I'm searching for you and you're searching for me, we'll really have to look at everything. We weren't entirely sure how effective that would be, but couldn't say he was totally wrong. I'll hide first. Decision made, Cove took off toward the back of the library. He'd already agreed to play with him instead. He covered your face and waited for 10 seconds. When you looked up again, he was nowhere to be seen. You glanced over toward the way he went. Cove hadn't had much time to hide, but he was already invisible. The place you decided to check was... let's check the fairy tale display. Near the older kids section, there was a display with a bunch of fancy-looking books. They were old copies of old stories. Leaning over there, the Hans Christian Andersen section, hand resting on the glass above where the Little Mermaid and the Molina books were, he peered into a tiny corner. And there was Cove, seemingly lost in thought. Ooh. I didn't think you'd find me so fast. Nice one. This is the first place I had looked. Pouting, he dusted off his pants. Really? Really.
Okay.
Your turn now. I'm gonna cover my eyes and count to 10. I promise I won't peek. Cove had his eyes securely behind the palms of his hands. He went to go hide. Let's see. We could do... What can I do? I'm gonna pick the giant piece of fruit. Nobody had any idea there was a giant peach sitting in a corner. It was something to do with a book about a kid named James, Lizzie had once said, but you'd never read it. It's about James and the giant peach. I know about that story. It's a good one. The huge sculpture mostly took up a lot of space, but you could wedge yourself in next to it and hide carefully. Sure enough, it took a little while for Cove to find you. Long enough that you'd gotten tired of... Oops, I missed it, hold on. How do I go back? Log. Let's see, I'm fruit. Nobody you with blah blah. Huge sculpture mostly took a lot of space, you had to wedge yourself. Hide carefully. Sure enough, it took a little while for Cove to find you, long enough that you'd gotten tired of sitting hunched up. You won this round and you were ready to come out. Cove smiled when he stepped into the open. He was also glad for the resolution. Good hiding spot. I was about to start looking outside. Thanks, I'm pretty good at this. He grinned back as he brushed the debris off your clothes. No one had cleaned back here in a long time.
Alright.
My turn again. Start counting so I can pick a spot. Okay. Cove turned it off before you even had a chance to fully close your eyes. 1 Mississippi. When the time was up, he was long gone again. There's still a lot of good places to hide, so he figured he was... Let's check behind the Willy Wonka statues. He must be next to all the Willy Wonka statues, he thought, and you were right. Wait, how am I guessing these? I swear to God I don't remember this game. Cove was standing there, looking at them. You must have missed him in the crowd at first sight. But he wasn't really hiding at all. Oh hey. These are creepy. The statues were made of brass, Lizzie had told you once. Apparently they were all the kids had that had gone to Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. Charlie Bucket, Augustus Gloop, Verica Salt. I was gonna hide here, but they're too weird. Let's keep playing. I need to do good in at least one round. Put his hands over his eyes, but before you can run off again, a librarian approached the two of you. Kids, I've been looking for you. Cove peeked between his fingers at the stranger. Us? You must be Cove. Your dad told me he was waiting by the entrance. Cove blinked, mouth opening like he was going to say something, then glanced at his pink cast. It was a pretty clear giveaway. Sure. Is my sister Lizzie with them? She's taller than us and has orange hair. Brandon, right? You nodded. Phew, I found both of you at once. That's right, she's with him. The little guy with freckles. Come on, let's go get you reunited so we can close it for the night. Ready to go home, you and Cove followed him up front, where the ragtag group of family members and Shiloh were all waiting.
Hey!
There you were. She was pouting. You could tell from all the way across the room, and it was only that much more obvious as you got closer. Did you win? We came in second. Hey gang, I thought you'd been with them the whole time, Cove. I'm glad you didn't just go up by yourself at least. Cove glanced over at you and then back at his dad.
Yeah.
Me too. A broad smile spread over Mr. Holden's face.
That's...
Even so, next time you should... Cove? Oh? Cove's dad glanced around, slightly frantic, but Cove, just like always, had snuck off without thinking to say anything. He's leaving. Cove's trying to be the first one to the car. With a sudden burst of speed, Lizzie darted for the exit, still in Victor to be mode, even for something like a race to ride in the front seat. There was nothing else for the three of you to do except head after them, pretending the librarians hadn't noticed all the commotion. Though Lizzie had been victorious in claiming a window seat in the car, you could tell by her crossed arms and occasional pout that she still had not forgotten your betrayal. Cove had been happy that she'd shot past him this last second, and that he'd had to sit in the middle between you and Shiloh. Did you say you came in second place? That's some good going. No, it's not. She levied another glare at you over her shoulder. Sure. Striving to improve is good too. That makes Brandon the winner in your family. Someone's gotta be. What? Brandon kept finding me in our game. I lost. Could have done better if we had more time. Hide and seek with just you two? That doesn't even count as winning.
Why?
Why not? It's not special. There's no judges or prizes. Add the seat that she'd fought so hard to win. There wasn't much of a prize here either. Dad. Yes. You can see Cove's dad's eyes in the river mirror, suddenly attentive at his son's call. We need a prize. As a matter of fact, Mr. Holden focused intently on the road ahead of him as though a suitable reward to please Cove might appear before him. Right. The big thing on the flyer for this was the chance to get a free pizza coupon, wasn't it? How about I call up a take-out place and we can have pizza at home for dinner? Lizzie huffed, pulling her arms closer to her chest. Is Mom even gonna let you take a pizza from Mr. Holden? We'll see, I'll ask her. I'll talk to all of your moms about this. You whooped. Thanks, Mr. Holden. Yeah, thanks, Dad. You're welcome. I do what I can. We really should have stuck with the group. The quiz would have been fun. That was the plan when I dropped you off. We stayed together and didn't leave the library. I'm glad for that, I am. Well, there's a lot of trouble you can get into even if you do have a buddy along for the ride. Just be careful next time. I worry about you, and I bet Brandon's parents wouldn't want him to run off unexpectedly either, okay, son? Okay. That's my boy. Now enough guff from your old dad. Let's decide what kind of toppings we're gonna get. Pepperoni. Sounds good. Anything else? And the conversation continued from there, with debates on what was the best to put on a pizza for the rest of the drive. Mr. Holden wanted anchovies, and the other three kids in the car had to band together to explain how gross they were. The way Cove's dad laughed in the front seat made you wonder if he was doing it on purpose. Still, the promise of a pizza was appealing, even if it did have to come with a mandatory side of Cove. You were glad you decided not to do the quiz this time, and were already getting curious about how things would play out next year. Oh, there's so many here. There's a ghost one, a barbecue, right away, sleepover. Ghost. The night was incredibly still. You really couldn't ignore how silent it was. It was almost eerie. You could even hear Lizzie snoring in the next room over. It was hard to believe how much of a blur today was. Summer sure did slip right past you. You flicked through the moments like pages in a scrapbook as you laid in bed. You thought about all what adventures you could have tomorrow until sleep started to catch up to you. Then you heard something scrape against the window. It wasn't that uncommon for the wind to push a tree branch against the glass. Summer breezes were worse sometimes. Okay, but the more you tried to ignore it, the louder it seemed to like it became. It was like something was trying to get your attention. You lifted your head off the pillow to get a better look. Nothing was there. Nothing you could see, at least. You went back to bed. It was in your imagination. You had to escape the mysterious sound. It's too creepy to ignore. You practically jumped out of bed and crept down the stairs to go outside. Your moms were still awake. They stayed up so late, it seemed. Luckily, they were watching TV and hadn't heard the soft click of the front door opening as you slipped past. Aren't I 8 years old? What am I doing? You looked around the neighborhood for a few seconds, checking over each individual house. It looked normal, but it didn't feel that way. You knew you weren't supposed to be out here right now. It made you regret your decision. It scared you. It was exhilarating. Ooh. I'm gonna go outside. It scared me, probably. I'm thinking. Which, I'm probably scared. Didn't know what had come over you. If something bad happened, no one would know where you had gone. And the thought of that made your stomach tighten in fear. The ease with which you had slipped out only served to make you feel worse. Your moms didn't need to be vigilant because they had trusted you not to do exactly what you were doing. You twitched at the sudden call, immediately calming down upon seeing Cobb walking up to you. It was strange, and yet also completely normal to have it appear like this right now. What are you doing? I saw you standing around in the middle of the street from my window. You weren't sleeping either? Why? Cobb turned up his lips to smile, almost as if he were amused by the question. Because... You hear a weird noise, you should be in bed because what? I'm glad you're here. I'm because what? Because I wasn't. His tone was irritated now. That wasn't really fair. Since he hadn't gotten you a proper answer the first time, or the second for that matter. Why aren't you sleeping? You weren't even in your house. Tempting as it was to turn his technique back on him, you decided to lead by example and show him what a real answer looked like. There was a strange noise coming from outside. I came to check it out. You heard it too? Hold on, I'm getting a Discord notification. Just making sure nothing's important here. Okay, we're good. Let's see. Cobb hesitated for a moment, looking down the street before his aquamarine eyes fell on you again. Did it scare you? Yeah. Me too. I was kind of wondering if it was the wind, but what if it's not? What if it's a person? What if it's something that's not a person? The unsettling noise suddenly rushed through the air. Cobb and you flinched. It sounds even worse than before. You were about to agree with him when the noise came yet again, tearing through the still night. The two of you rapidly looked around trying to find the source, but to no avail. There was no sign of an answer to this puzzle. You thought that it could be anything. It had to be a ghost. There's gotta be a regular reason for it. It could be anything. You weren't going to rule out possibilities yet. It was a mystery. Do you think it was a ghost? It might be, I don't know. My mom said ghosts aren't real. It might be, I don't know. The thought of some sinister, invisible thing lurking in the darkness made your legs leak with terror, and you regretted leaving the comfort of your nice warm bed. Hey, can you tell where it's coming from? Not really. Then we'll have to look more, somewhere else. Maybe we'll see something. Okay, let's go. I don't remember what I did for this, or if I did anything for it. The two of you walked around along the familiar streets of your neighborhood, sharing the sidewalk and the small amount of courage you had between each other. Shadows cut corners at angles where you didn't expect them, distorting the features you saw every day. The noise came again, shrill and hard. It seemed... It's at your... on... I can't read, hold on. It set your teeth on edge the way it ground its way through you. Cobb's throat bobbed. His eyes glistened in the dim light. You stayed frozen in the spot. You took a deep breath to calm yourself. You ran to hide behind I'm gonna say frozen. The noise was all around you, and you couldn't move, so terrified that the only moving part of you was your shaking hands and knocking knees. Cobb shut his eyes and pressed his lips together.
So...
Where do you want to check? The hill's behind my house. You and Cobb ascended the hill, lit only by the stars in the night sky. The wind rippled through the grass and ruffled your hair. Without the sun's light to translate what you were seeing, every bush in the distance looked like a creepy figure or a towering monster. The noise was just as loud here as it was in your neighborhood, with just a little indication behind the cause. When you kept going forward, you ran away. You snuck back to your neighborhood quietly. A thought of fear slithered its way into your stomach and found it hard to swallow down the lump that had formed in your throat. You backed up slowly, one foot behind the other, as quiet as a mouse as you made your escape. It wasn't until you were halfway back to the neighborhood that Cove caught up with you, a sour expression twisting his face. With the two of you safely made it back to the neighborhood, he narrowed his turquoise eyes at you. You should have said you were leaving. And risk getting eaten by whatever was out there? No way. Cove folded his arms over his chest, looking less than impressed with you. Your hands were still shaking, but you took a moment to look up and down at the street. It made you shudder to think about what might have been out there watching you through the dark. There was enough adventure for one night. You and Cove instead kept going down the road towards home. The two of you came to a halt outside your front door. Never before had it looked so ominous. Looks like they haven't called the cops, so I'm probably alright. Do you sneak out a lot? This is my first time. Yeah, I never tried to do it till now. Thought so. How did you know? I've never seen you out of my window this late before. That's fair. So it could have been possible you were just so good at sneaking that this was the first time he had caught you. Are you worried about getting caught? No. He was forthright that you believed him completely. But your dad, won't he get mad or sad if he catches you? He's never happy with what I do. Oh. You sympathized, you encouraged Cove to see him possibly stay out of it. You didn't know how to react to that. I'm gonna say this one. Not knowing how to respond, you went back to staring at your front door. I'm going in.
Bye.
Okay, good night. Good night. You turned the doorknob as slowly as a clock's minute hand, holding your breath for the telltale click of the lock. Then it nudged open. When all that happened was the door opening. Rather than the blaring alarms that you feared, you melted with relief. Back inside your house, you were surprised to find your mom still watching TV. Weirder still, it looked like they were on the same show as they were watching before you left. Yet you were positive you'd been out investigating for hours. Wait, bro. That's not how time works. My god, dude, I'm having trouble keeping my eyes open. Perhaps you could use their distraction to your advantage. If you could just get up the stairs, you would be safe from suspicion. But how could you get there? You tried to sneak past. You hugged the wall as you creeped delicately around the perimeter of the room. It was a valiant effort that any spy would have been proud of. Right up until the moment when you tripped over a power cord and nearly fell over. London? You might not have fallen, but your accident ruined your cover. He had been spotted. They abandoned the couch and their show to hurry over. They were still in a state of surprise. You weren't in trouble yet.
Are you okay?
What are you doing down here, sweetie? Did you have a bad dream? I'm gonna tell the truth. I went out to find what was causing a noise. Time seemed to drag as the color drained from your mom's faces.
Huh?
Out where? Out of your bedroom? That's what you mean, right? You pointed the front door, confirming the worst fear. Mommy froze in shock while Mom launched into lecture mode. Rated Chihuahua, it is not safe to be out at this time of night by yourself. If something was wrong, you should have come to us. I thought you knew better than that. I trusted you to know better than that. Anything could have happened to you. If we don't know where you are, it's a lot harder to keep you safe. Her voice was soft, yet it still cut deep. You pawed at the ground with your feet. What they were saying made sense. It was scary. I don't like being scared. I just wanted to see what was there.
Sweetie.
Mommy wrapped her arms around you, cradling the back of your head. You clung to her. You're brave for facing your fears, but you need to be smart too. It was scary because it might possibly have been something dangerous, right? That kind of worry is something you should tell us about. Okay. Mom shook her head with a sigh. Let's get you back in bed where you belong. Right. We'll have a talk about this in the morning. You pulled a face at that, but didn't protest. All things considered, they could have been much harder for you. Or, they could have been much harder on you. Jesus, I can't read. Once your moms had left, you turned over the night's adventures in your mind. It was still hard to believe that you'd really done it. You knew you were going to get a talking to tomorrow, but it had been a night that... you'd never forget, for better or worse. You wondered how Cove's dad had handled his return. Cove had been all scared about his dad's reaction. Wiggling down deep underneath the sheets, your thoughts turned to what the noise could have been. Nothing had been solved tonight, but that wasn't so bad. There's a lot of mysteries in this world. Okay, Jesus. Your thoughts morphed into dreams, carrying you to more and more outlandish visions of what may lie behind the strange sounds. In the morning, the lecture continued, but ultimately your moms let you off with a warning. It had been pretty unusual circumstances after all. You later learned Cove didn't end up in trouble from the nightly escapade either. It was unclear whether it was because his dad chose not to punish him, or if Cove got away with it. After the sounds that started this all, the adults all around were convinced it was nothing more than the wind. For your imaginative mind, that wasn't nearly enough. How could they accept something so simple, so easily? Maybe it'd make more sense when you were grown up too. Yippee! Okay, Jesus. Let me save really quick. Oh wow, that's an old one. That's an old save right there. I need to stretch and stuff. Let me stand up. You know, wake up. Look at Geepy sitting here. The music in this game is nice, but it's making me sleepy. Alright, let me check something really quick. Google, show me this guy's balls. Okay, so... that's Derek's route. So I'm trying to look up... what about Baxter? I think I want to romance Baxter. Let's see. Okay, let's move on to the next, let's move on to Then the Summer Ended. Yes, let's do it. I'll never get tired of that view. You stood beside your moms and Lizzie as the four of you watched the sun dip into the ocean somewhere far, far away. You liked to imagine it cooling off in the water, resting itself before getting ready to shine brightly again tomorrow. That was a fun day. I didn't know they had magicians on the shopping street now. Neither did I. Oh no, we are so dull. Let's get out more. I didn't do real magic, Mom. How'd you figure that one out? Because I know that's not what real magic looks like. Oh, Lizzie dear. There's all kinds of magic in the world. Lizzie gave Mommy a suspicious look, but didn't dispute the claim. Well, we can't sit out here all night. Time to hurry home and get cooking. Who's helping with dinner? Lizzie immediately let out a groan. Mom, summer's almost over. The protest was obvious. You could practically see school on the horizon. Certainly didn't want to spend your last bits of freedom cooking dinner. You could do that any other day. Can we please play just a little longer? We have to keep playing before it's too late. It's almost over. It is almost over. You put on your best puppy dog eyes. Lizzie may not want to, but you plan on going home. I'm gonna do the last one. Mom looked down at Lizzie with a sigh as she continued pleading. We'll help with dinner tomorrow. Soon we'll have homework and reading to do. We can't do work now, too. Lizzie made her case and then stomped her foot into the ground. Well...
No.
Oh, come on, Pam. I can help you with dinner. Mommy leaned in for a hug, and you knew that Lizzie was very close to victory.
Okay.
Alright. But as soon as dinner's ready, you lot are coming inside, understood? Yes, Mom. So much to do, so little time. Maybe I could get the seashell bracelet at Times and Trinkets. Ooh, or maybe the playground, where the fireflies would probably be coming out. Right? Don't I get to say this? You silently made your own plans. We can't go too far. I'm going home. We can't go too far. Lizzie pouted at you as you pointed this out. Mom should be back in time for dinner. It won't take that long.
I know.
The strong gust of wind made you shiver. Lizzie huffed as she wrapped her arms around herself.
Rude.
Doesn't the wind know that summer's not over yet? That's how Lizzie said before abruptly turning on her heel and heading off in the direction of where your mom had gone. Where are you going? I'll go to my room. I have lots to plan if I want to make the most of tomorrow. You thought this over. Looking off toward the water inn, Lizzie didn't wait, and before long she was disappearing off down the road. You followed. You're getting rather chilly yourself. There was plenty to do inside. You didn't bother trying to catch up with Lizzie, swinging your arms at your sides as you strolled along the beach. It was getting colder, but you couldn't help but want to enjoy the last bits of daylight you could. Not too much farther down, you spotted a familiar green head of hair moseying along the shore. You kept going. You went to see what Cove was up to. Curious, you strayed off your path and walked over to him. Cove knelt down, picking up something you quickly identified as a smooth rock. He reared his arm back, then tossed it out into the water. You were impressed over how far he got it to go. It sailed out into the sea. It was a good toss. It wasn't a long throw. The rock sunk kind of like a rock. Good toss. We'll do good toss. You can't skip rocks in the ocean. What are you doing? You looked for your own rock. I'm gonna say, what are you doing? Cove jumped a little, and then you let a small giggle. Sorry. What are you doing out here? I asked first. Cove frowned, turning back to the waves. I'm not doing anything, just thinking. Cove was looking down at his cast, scratching idly at the pink surface, even though you were pretty sure he couldn't feel it. His brows were furrowed. There was a frown on his face.
It's not fair.
I had to wear this cast for ages. I can't even swim. How'd you get it? When do you get it off? Cove shrugged and didn't say anything. For a second he thought maybe he didn't know, but finally he sighed. A few weeks. That's not very long at all. That is a long way. You don't think a few weeks was that bad? Let's see. He didn't think a few weeks was that bad. His cast would be off for the most of his time at school. He'd be able to play normally at recess. He sometimes got to go swimming during the school year, so maybe he could make up for the lost time then. Cove let out a huff, plopping down in the sand. I can't believe summer's almost over. You sat down next to him and nodded in agreement, regardless of the sudden topic change. I don't want to go to school. I mean, I would. I don't want to go to a new school. I think it'll be the same school as you and Lizzie. My dad said something about that. So why don't you want to go? It's nice as far as schools go. Okay. My eyes are... I'm struggling. Hold on. You'd only ever been to the one school, but you were sure that his old school couldn't have been that much better. Then again, he did have to make new friends and meet new teachers. It could be kind of scary. Cope shook his head and wrapped his good arm around his knees as he drew them to his chest. He heard a sniffling sound. When he took a good look at his face, he realized his eyes were wet. This crybaby. I want to go home. You weren't sure what to do. It felt weird to just leave him here crying, but what could you say that would help? He frowned a little, starting to stand. Okay, well, bye then. Cope gave his head a small shake. No, I want to go back home. Cope wanted to go back to his old home, the one that sat waiting someplace far from here, the one he would bring up whenever he felt this sad. It had been a while since he had moved in, but he didn't seem to feel any better about being here. He settled back down into the sand, trying to consider what to do. Okay. Do you hate it here? This can be your home. It'll be alright. Do you hate it here? Cope's brow furrowed even more. Then he shook his head. You're not gonna leave, right? You'd still be around? The question was a little surprising. Of course. Your parents would have mentioned it if you were going to move or something, right? After a second, Cope gave a little nod. Once I get my cast off, we could go swimming. You were fine with him changing the subject again. It'd be too cold by then. You smiled, so he'd know you were only joking. Cope smiled, then looked back to the waves. My dad kept saying I'll get used to everything eventually. I'd feel better then. It used to make me angry. I didn't want to get used to everything. He spent a glance over at Cope and saw that the anger had slipped off his face in favor of something more almost puzzled. But maybe that would be okay after all, as long as I really do feel better. I can't see it. The two of you sat quietly, just taking in the sounds of the waves. Lost in thought, you started a bit when you heard a faint, familiar sound. The sound of your mom shouting your name. You looked over your shoulder, realizing it was probably time for dinner. Have you guys really been sitting out here all that long? You stood and dusted off the sand off of yourself. My mom's calling. It's time for dinner. You should come. Cope looked up at you, expression screaming reluctance, yet ultimately, okay. When you smiled, Cope returned with one of his own. But the two of you couldn't stay there in your own little world any longer. You were being called forward. So the both of you ran towards your house, leaving the waves and the summer behind. Yippee! I think this is step 1 done. In between. Okay. Alright. So things are still the same here. We should change up the hair. Ooh, the flowy's nice. I like this one. I like that one. Ooh, earrings. You can't really see them. Lips. Let's do some acne. No braces. Yeah. Relaxed. Just fine. That's fine. Witty. Yeah. Customized Cove. Here. I like that shirt. Alright, we're gonna go with that. Oh, wait. I like that one. Alright, what's his hair like? Oh my god, that hairstyle is so good! Okay, hair 2's good. Okay, I want to do hair 2. PJs. Oh, I like that. I like that one. Okay, we're gonna do dark, yeah. Choose your feelings for Derek. We're gonna do direct, and we're gonna do crush. Okay, ready. Actually, wait, no. Ooh, should I do Derek? Or okay, we're just gonna do fond for him, that's fine. Okay. August ended, September began. It was time to go back to school. Lizzie groaned and complained the entire first week. She hated going to classes. Still, there were interesting things to do that couldn't be done anywhere else. You weren't sure how Cove felt about it. He was enrolled that year. It was like a sign Cove would be staying in Sunset Bird for a while. At school, he was alright, but kept his distance from the other kids. What you saw, anyway. Originally, he treated you like everyone else, passing by as if you didn't know each other. But as the years went on, the two of you acknowledged each other more and more. A friendship had started to grow. That year, the divorce of Cove's parents were finalized. You overheard your parents talking about it, saying Cove's dad got full custody. At first, you were worried that meant bad news. It had made Mr. Holden cry, apparently. Then you found out it meant Cove would keep living with his dad. He would only stay with his mom a few weeks of the year. Cove cried too, for different reasons, you thought. It seemed like Cove and his dad might move again, but Mr. Holden decided to stay after all. Mom asked him about it once. He had said he didn't want to uproot Cove's life a second time. Mr. Holden tried to get Cove to like Sunset Bird more. He kept encouraging his son to go out and see the place. Sometimes Mr. Holden volunteered you to spend some time with Cove. You weren't sure how well it worked in changing Cove's thoughts on the town, yet it might have been part of the reason you and Cove ended up growing closer. Cove never talked to anyone about what happened with his parents and withdrew whenever it was brought up. It was hard for him, yet nobody knew how to help. Eventually, Cove stopped crying on his own. You couldn't understand what had changed. Still, you worried about him. You could tell he wasn't completely happy. Maybe one day he could say out loud what he felt inside. After that, it felt like things had gone back to normal. Except what was normal didn't stay the same. Years passed, and suddenly you were in middle school. You weren't a kid anymore, you were 13 years old. That officially made you a teen, even if your sister didn't agree. The toys and the crayons that used to litter every free space in your room had been packed away somewhere, replaced by new hobbies. There were other changes too. Cove's cast got taken off. It was weird to see him without it initially. Underneath the pink plaster ended up being a long, thin scar that snaked across his forearm. Cove's chest puffed out in pride when someone drew attention to it. He also went through a major growth spurt. He was the tallest student in his class for 2 years in a row. Cove will probably hold that spot again next time. In class, people knew him for more than just being tall. He also stood out because of how well he did with school stuff overall. Over the years, he still remained familiar in a lot of ways. He'd talk to people when they came to him, but never really searched out company on his own. And the only kid that came to visit the neighborhood when we were little, Shiloh, well, he was gone. He and his mom moved back south because of her work, just 1 year after Coves came to Sunset Bird. It had been really upsetting when he left. Lizzie was inconsolable for weeks, but nobody talked about Shiloh anymore. It was a long time ago. You learned some heartbreaking things, become less sad the further away they were, even if they had never gotten any better. That was sad in its own way. Things at home were different too. You still lived in the same house and all that, but it wasn't how it was before. Ma dyed her hair purple, wanting something new. Liked it so much she kept dyeing it. You remember calling her mommy as a kid. But something like that seemed awkward nowadays. You were much too old for the word. Elizabeth felt too mature for her nickname too. She insisted on everyone calling her Elizabeth, so you did. Your mom soon gave her permission to go places other than the playground and the shopping center which she took advantage of. You rarely saw her around the old neighborhood. In fact, she hardly spent time with you the way she did before. Elizabeth instead associated more and more with girls from school who were her own age. Maybe the difference between 13 and 15 was greater than the difference between 8 and 10. You started befriending new people yourself, like Derek Suarez. I did not know his last name. He didn't live in the neighborhood or go to the same school. What happened was his and Cove's dad struck up a business partnership a few months ago. Since then, Derek would pop up in the area now and then. It seemed Mr. Suarez was happy to let Derek tag along to his work if Derek had the time for it. Without a doubt, everyone and everything around you had changed. In small and big ways you had too. As time went by though, it was easy to settle into this new normal. And before you knew it, school was over, and summer vacation had come again. It was the first day of summer vacation. The sun was as hot as ever, but you were inside away from its harsh rays. To be more specific, you were snuggled up in bed, celebrating your time off by sleeping in, wide awake, about to head out to enjoy your time off. Ooh, let's see. What do I want to do? I could probably do the sleeping in thing. Because that's kind of what I want to do. I want to go to sleep right now. It was hot, but you still had the blanket up over your head to block out the sun. You didn't want it intruding on your lazy morning. Fortunately, you hadn't prepared for an intrusion. But beneath the blanket, you heard the door creak open. You're still sleeping? Wow, get up. Go away, you were pretending to be asleep, you got up, you started to fake snore loudly. Morning. I'm gonna do the fake snore. You didn't get out of bed and instead made some obnoxiously loud and totally phony sleeping sounds. It was pretty annoying, but she had bothered you first. Ugh, not funny. Get up. Ow, I will come over there. So much for a lazy morning. Mom told me to tell you that your friend's at the door. You brought some happy summer gift from Mr. Holden. Mom wants you to take it from him, say thanks or whatever.
Come on.
So come down already. Okay, fine. Lizzie said nothing else and left, having done what was instructed of her. You rolled out of bed, stretching your arms up high and yawning. Time to get ready. You sat yourself in front of the mirror in the far corner of your room. Let's see. There was a lot of open real estate in the frame. You had trouble getting your reflection to appear in the mountain. Ooh. I'm gonna do pretty short. You could relate to Derek and how it felt to be smaller than the people thought you ought to be. Your shortness seemed even more drastic when compared to Cove, who was unusually tall. You looked your height. You weren't sure how you felt about it. You were kind of self-conscious. I like it. That's how I've always been with my height. Okay, I'm getting notifications again. What are these notifications, bro? Go away. Okay. Alright, that's fine. We're good. It suited you well in your mind. Then you put the finishing touches on your outfit while ruminating on the situation. Careless as they had been, Elizabeth's words piqued your curiosity. You planned on going over to see what Cove was up to, so this worked out in your favor. Your reflection grinned back at you. You were looking forward to seeing him. Left your room, taking an easy time down the stairs. Okay. Step 2, second chance. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna take a break because I'm getting kinda eepy here. Alright, I'm gonna take a break. I will be back. Sorry I took so long. I had to do a bunch of stuff. We are back. Alright, let's get back to the game. Okay, you spotted Mom first, reclining on the couch. She held a magazine in her hands while she was perusing through. Morning, Mom. She looked up at your greeting, a smile instantly appearing on her face.
Thanks.
Good morning. Thank you for coming down. Mom's at the door with Code. He can't stay over today, unfortunately. Why don't you go and thank him before he leaves? You nodded and made your way to the front of the house. Just as she said, Mom was there making conversation. She must have heard you because she looked over her shoulder.
Oh.
Look who finally made it. Morning, sleepyhead. Ma reached forward, and you knew she was about to pat you on the head. She was taller than average for an adult woman, so at your height, you were absolutely tiny in her hands. Let her do it, you happily let her do it. You tilted your body aside to dodge. You pushed your hand back and laughed. Let's do the laugh. Ma could be ridiculous, you thought, but that was okay. You're the last one down today, you know that? Life isn't a race. I was gonna stay in longer, so you're welcome. Sorry about the wait. What did we get? Here you go. Of course that's what you're thinking about. Allow me to get out of your way so you can find out. With a small laugh, Ma stepped aside. Cobb was just as you remembered. Exactly how you came to know him to be. He leaned uncomfortably to the side in your doorway as his bushy hair covered part of his face. His features were pinched in embarrassment, and he shifted from one foot to another. He was holding what must be the much-talked-about gift. At first glance, you figured it must be a bouquet of flowers, and he gave it a real look. No, it was actually carefully cut fruit. Instead, it was I can't read. It made a lot of sense that it was actually from Cobb's dad. He had to suppress a laugh at this showing. You couldn't imagine many folks buying this sort of thing for their own personal enjoyment. That kind of arrangement was built for the presentation, likely to impress whoever was inevitably going to receive it. It seemed no matter how long he lived here, Mr. Holden would keep going out of his way to be neighborly, and Cobb would always be roped into participating. Cobb smiled slightly at the sight of you. The sting of this goofy errand, he was clearly embarrassed to be on ease. Hey, Brandon. You earnestly grinned back. It wasn't weird at all, like it used to be when you were kids. As time passed, the two of you started to enjoy each other's company. Now you actually considered him a good friend, and not someone you were forced to be around by your families. Hey, it's really nice to see you. Yeah, you too. And you were certain he meant that agreement. It was already shaping up to be another long summer with plenty of time for the two of you to have fun together. His awkwardness over the task started to creep back in, so Cove nudged the gift closer to you. He was ready to be relieved of it. And with that, the gift was accepted. God damn, he's so fucking cute. I hate that I have to, not do his route. I want to play his route again and do the wedding thing all over again. Oh my god. I'm losing my fucking shit over this man. Okay. This thing was definitely Dad's idea. I would have gone for something else, but if you can't eat it all, I wouldn't mind taking a couple of skewers. He smiled, looking amusedly at the gift, then back to you. You called that one. Thanks. Could you tell your dad we liked the gift? Yeah. Mr. Holden's behavior really was different from any neighbor you'd ever had. After 5 years, you were used to his antics, and you'd since made up your mind on what your opinion was. He was nice, he was sort of funny, he was pretty weird, you didn't like him, he was great and kind of handsome to boot. We're not saying that. He was sort of funny. Sometimes that could be a good thing, and other times it was a bad thing. Your thoughts were quickly interrupted by a shout. There you are. You shared a confused look with Cove, as when both of you stepped through the open door on the neighborhood street. It didn't take long to locate the source of the noise. You spotted Derek just a few yards down the road. He ran up to you. You were happy at the sight of him. Derek was certainly a welcome guest in the neighborhood. It was a pleasant surprise whenever he showed up. After stopping a couple sips away, Derek hunched over to catch his breath. Then he looked up with a wide grin.
Hey.
Hey, my guys. He's so short. Look at him. Oh my god, I'm losing it. Okay. Let me change my stream title real quick. Alright, there we go. Alright, let me blow my nose real quick. I need to really clean my room. I keep forgetting I need to do that. I was just at your house, Cove, but no one was there. I figured you'd be at Brandon's place. Do you ever spend time in your own home, or are you always just there? Derek laughed at his own joke. He either didn't notice it was that it embarrassed Cove, or the embarrassment was what he was actually laughing at. Derek turned to you. He was going to say more when his eyes widened. He gasped. What's that? You followed his gaze, unsure, then you realized what he meant. You were still holding Mr. Holden's gift. This is kind of like a bouquet of flowers, but made out of fruit.
Nice.
Nice, can I have some? It's a gift for my family, I can't give it to you. Derek pouted at your words, not hiding his disappointment. Aw, okay. Then he nodded his head as if to clear it. Anyway, that's right. I came here because I needed to say something big. He paused, possibly for effect. There's some other kid here in Sunset Bird. Cove was as surprised as you were by the news. Such a reaction made sense. No one around your age had moved here since Cove did 5 years ago. Were they with their family? Maybe they were cutting through. Nuh-uh, the new kid was all by himself just walking. Did you talk to him?
Nope.
Nope, I came to report the sighting right away. The kid had green hair, glasses, was pretty small, and seemed really upset about something. I hope he didn't leave. You blinked, slowly you looked over to your longtime neighbor. That sounds a lot like you, Cove, when you first got here anyway. Oh, yeah, I guess that was me back then. Derek snickered good-naturedly. I can see that really well now that you say so. But what'd you say? Let's go find Cove's look-alike. We should all meet him.
Sure.
I'll do it. Sure, I want to see who this person is. Derek grinned, then he pointed down the street the way he came. Last I saw him, the mystery visitor was going this direction. Nothing else needed to be said. The three of you were off, with Derek leading the way. Dude, am I still holding the fucking fruit bouquet? Like, please tell me they put that shit away. Derek brought you to the beach, and as a trio, you made your way down the shore to the old playground. You walked the familiar path in a comfortable silence. When you were almost there, you spotted the kid in question. His bright colors almost shone like a beacon beneath the rays of the sun. He scuffled around, kicking up the sand as he paced. It was true, he certainly seemed upset, but you didn't think he was sad like you had originally pictured. No, with his erratic movements and scrunch of expression, he came off angry. You started to have doubts about this expedition. Maybe it'd be better if you left him alone and let him sort himself out. You shared a look with Cove. He was equally reluctant to start up a conversation. Derek didn't feel the same. He waved wildly, calling out to the boy. Hey guy, over here. Ugh, I forgot about this kid. I can't stand this kid. The kid whipped around, an impressive scowl carving deeper into his face. His eyes were tired. What? A strong, hostile energy still radiated from him.
What?
What is it? What do you want? A sharp tone made Derek flinch. He shifted on his feet. What's your name? Jeremy? Was that it?
No.
No, I'm Derek. That's Brandon and Cove. We were just walking around and saw you. We wanted to say hi. There aren't a lot of kids our age in the neighborhood. Yeah, so you know, it's cool to see someone else here. Strangely, Jeremy grew furious by your response. If steam could have read from a person's ears, it would have happened then. They did bring me somewhere stupid. Of course, I knew it. What the fuck is wrong with this kid? What?
My parents.
They're the ones who brought me. I didn't walk to this town. Can you not figure that out on your own?
Right.
My dad brings me to Sunset Bird too, when he has to come for work and all that stuff. It's not bad. That earned him a glare from Jeremy. Derek winced beneath it, glancing away. It was a struggle to remain friendly with this Jeremy guy. I mean, I wouldn't want to come here for a real vacation probably either. That's an understatement. This doesn't count as a vacation. It's a waste of time, a chore. My parents' family's nearby, and we just had to come see them. Ugh. If they're your parents' family, doesn't that make them your family too?
I guess.
Jeremy, shut the fuck up. That's a pretty good reason to come by. Did you want to go somewhere else? No. Jeremy crossed his arms with a huff. He turned away. They should have gone by themselves if they cared so much and left me home, but I'm not allowed to beam on myself. It makes no sense. They're the ones who don't know how to do anything, and I'm the kid. You kept quiet. You should talk about your parents like that. Sorry, it must like being forced to do something you don't want. We just said hello. You don't have to keep complaining at us. Calm down. You don't have to yell so much. Who peed in your cereal this morning? Okay, let's think about this. Let's see. I could keep quiet. What should I do? I could... Do I say anything or not? I would have said something else. Like, these options aren't really what I would say. I would always say, like, I'd probably say, why are you yelling at us? We didn't do anything. So I'd probably just pick, we just said hello, you don't have to keep complaining at us. Wow. Why did you decide to talk to me, huh? Did I ask for that? No. Did I want you to come over and start flapping your gums at me about dumb stuff? No. Now you're gonna whine that this isn't about what you wanted? Too bad, it's not my job to care. You turned to Cove, lowering your voice. The two of you aren't that similar after all. Jeremy must have good hearing though, because he caught the private exchange and scoffed.
Stupid.
Of course we're not similar. My eyebrows aren't stupid. Cove's cheeks flushed crimson at the insult. He couldn't be sure if it was out of embarrassment or anger, maybe both. Come on. How can you say that when you've got a bowl cut? No, they are kind of silly. Apologize to Cove right now. You don't treat people like that. I'm gonna say that about his bowl cut. Yep, it's embarrassing and awful, but my parents made me. I won't have to have it when I'm older. I don't know what he's gonna do about those things, except maybe shave them off. He probably should. I bet he'd look less dumb with no eyebrows. I could lunge towards him, but nah. You grinned at all of this? I'm gonna roll my eyes. His behavior was unbelievably childish. You bet this is what Elizabeth imagines she's dealing with whenever you do anything. But with Jeremy, he really is like a kid. Wow, what's wrong with you? Instead of taking offense, Jeremy only parroted Derek's words in a nasally voice.
Wow, what is wrong with you?
Where? This is dumb. Jeremy stuck out his tongue and skulked away, throwing more sand everywhere as he went. You watched him go, hunched over until he became a speck in your vision. Silence reigned in his wake. The three of you tried to process what just happened. I can't believe it. What a mean kid. Derek wasn't kidding, and by the sound of those earlier complaints, the new boy Jeremy was going to be in the area for at least a little while this summer. Derek sighed in dismay, plopping onto the ground. You followed, and Cove did shortly after. There wasn't much else to do.
This sucks.
I was hoping we could meet someone fun. Hang out, maybe. He shook his head. After a moment, he slowly turned to you with a hopeful expression. But you know what would really improve the day? What? He didn't respond. Instead, he used a hand to point. Right at the fruit arrangement you were still holding. Why are you still holding the fruit arrangement, dude? You'd completely forgotten about it around the mini trauma that unfolded. You'd gotten used to the weight. Glancing over to Cove, you noticed he was eyeing the fruit. He must want some too. I need to save it. Okay. He sagged, still staring at the glistening fruits. But he didn't insist further. You could always get one for yourself. No, thank you. Quiet once more, just Quiet once more descended upon your group. Cove turned towards the ocean, a contemplative expression on his face. Hey, you two remember the land before time? That weird thing that makes me think of it. The dinosaurs all liked the leaves that were shaped like stars. Tree stars. Yeah. Chopping leaves looked so delicious when they did it. I love that movie. I've never seen it. I didn't like that one. That movie's for kids. Eating leaves looks good. Should I worry about you? Do you think things taste better when they're shaped like stars? Yeah! I would totally say that. Not everything, but it probably helps. Derek didn't say anything further about dinosaurs or otherwise. For the next few minutes, the three of you watched the waves crashing onto the shore. Hey, Brandon. Yeah? The two of you met eyes casually. That was pretty cool what you said back at that guy. Oh, thanks. I was just saying what I thought. Derek chimed in while in high spirits. You totally owned him. I don't know what his parents say, but it's good at least somebody is around to tell him what's what. Yeah. Derek then leaned back on his arms. He contemplated the sky with a content sigh. So, are you both ready for summer break? Yeah? No. Are you? No, I'm not sure. Are you? How is someone supposed to be ready for a break? Are you? Well, it feels like there's a lot to plan for. What about you, Cove? Are you ready? I think that depends. Before you could say anything else, the light atmosphere was shattered.
Hey!
How is she so pretty? You glance over your shoulder to see your sister. She strode closer and closer, appearing none too pleased. I've been looking all over for you. Ma said you and Cove ran off with the thing Mr. Holden brought for us. She leered over you with arms folded. So, where is it? It's fine, and right here. You turned your body to face her and held out the bouquet, proving that it was in one piece. She inspected the fruit arrangement with a small frown.
Okay.
Alright, looks good. But if all you're doing is sitting around, you better take it back to the house now. It's not just for you. She grinned, glancing at Cove, who sat beside you. Even if you do have an in with the delivery boy, this was up to Mr. Holden. Cove stifled a chuckle and then gave you a conspiratorial look. Get going. This wasn't okay just because you hadn't done anything yet. Oh no, I think I hear the mean kid coming back. We better get out of here. Elizabeth blinked, confused, and looked around.
What?
What kid? I don't see anyone. Derek didn't bother explaining. He just launched to his feet and ran off. Cove hopped up too, gladly taking the opportunity to exit the situation. He followed after Derek, but he sent a look to you from over his shoulder. You turned to watch Elizabeth. She stared back, brow raised. I'm gonna stay. You didn't make a break for it. Instead, you carefully got out from the sand, bouquet still in hand. Once you straightened up, Elizabeth smiled affectionately over at you.
Come on.
Come on, fugitive. You nodded and examined the fruit skewers. You wanted to make sure it hadn't been jostled by the short adventure you'd gone on. It still looked great. Elizabeth noticed too. You know, we could split it now and tell them those boys ate it. They bailed, so they don't get to tell the story. Mom would never need to find out. It's kind of hypocritical of you, don't you think? She bumped your shoulder, winking cheekily. So what else is family for? You laughed together, making your way home side by side. You and Elizabeth didn't follow through with the joke to eat everything before getting home. When the two of you returned, your moms welcomed you back. There wasn't a mention of the mini event that had unfolded. The four of you happily split the bouquet in the end. After that, Derek had rejoined you in the living room. He had to show his face again eventually after running off. The dust had settled from the prior events, and your moms went back to their room, so Derek was just taking it easy until his dad arrived. Mr. Suarez was meant to be there any minute to get Derek. Derek preferred not to sit, and instead took long, lazy strides in a circle around the edge of the rug. His hands behind his back and head angled towards the ceiling. Derek looked like he had been puzzling out a crime. He probably made a half-dozen rounds when a solid knock struck your front door. Then that stopped Derek in his tracks. Yeah, it's here. The both of you stepped towards the door in unison. You're at first, since you'd have a half-room head start. When you pulled it open, only a crack, someone zoomed in past you. Oh, that's so cute. Wait. Oh my god, this is new content, bro. Oh, this is exciting. The breakneck flash of a human was still entirely recognizable. It was Derek's littlest brother. Nicholas Suarez. He shouted triumphantly. We're here. He was only 6, the tiniest kid around. Hot on his heels came the middle Suarez son, Jorge.
Nicholas.
We have to stay in the car. We're going home, we're not here to play. He was 10 and his patience was being tested. The youngest one frantically shook his head. It made his hair even messier than it already was. Nicholas's hair was as wild and free as he was. Hair clips and his parents' minivan couldn't contain the energy. Which might have been surprising considering he loved cars enough to wear a shirt covered in them. But you knew Nicholas loved Derek even more. Staying right where he was, inside your house, at his even older brother's side, Nicholas gave Derek a hug. I came to get you. Derek bent down to scoop up Nicholas into his arms in a fond squeeze, though he kept his face tilted up to make eye contact with Jorge.
Hey.
Hey, bros. Oh my god, you get to meet his family! Oh no! Side by side, Mr. and Mrs. Suarez trailed in. Oh my god, she's so pretty! Wait! So pretty! Wait! Oh my god, she's so pretty! Hold on, hold on. Hold on. Hold on, I gotta do a thing. I gotta screenshot this, hold on. Alright, I gotta share this, hold on. Images. Derek's parents are so cute. There we go. I posted it in the Discord. Okay. The resemblance between the parents and their children was clear. Derek and Jorge were the spitting image of their father. Jorge was even sometimes called Junior, while Nicholas was a mommy's boy.
Evening.
A good evening, Brandon.
Hello.
You'll have to forgive the three-ring circus visiting town. The boys just had to come. Hi, don't worry about that. You didn't know what to say to them. I love seeing the boys, and really shrugged. You're welcome here. The frown that had been stuck on Jorge's face finally eased up a little. Oh, how kind.
Goodbye.
Oh, we can't stay. Thank you for letting Derek visit. And tell your mothers I said hello. Okay. Come on, boys. All 4 of you now. Let's give the Chihuahua family their house back.
Yes, Mom.
Half of the group trotted forward with only a word. They went past Mrs. Suarez and out the door. She watched them go before surveying the situation with the most troublesome one. Nicholas was just bouncing around Derek, as if he hadn't even heard his parent. Derek and his mom looked on with identical expressions of exhaustion-tinged affection. When an opportunity opened up between hops, Derek carefully took hold of Nicholas's small hand. Let's go to the car, Nico. You can sit next to me. Thrilled by the promise, Nicholas let out another cheer.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go to the car. Mrs. Suarez left it there, trusting her eldest, and went to join Mr. Suarez and Jorge. Nicholas gripped Derek's black wristband with his free hand, stretching it outwards in his eager attempt to lead his bigger brother along. Derek stumbled forward with a chuckle, mostly to protect his band from being pulled too far rather than Nicholas actually having the strength to move him. But he made sure not to forget you. Derek said his goodbye from over his shoulder. Bye, guys. You sit there watching me go, you waved the group off. Goodbye, everybody. Good night, bye. Good night. After their prompt entrance and equally quick exit, the whole Suarez family was on their way home. You, however, didn't have anywhere to go. It was late enough that the rest of the day would be spent inside your own house. That was a while ago now. Later that night, you found yourselves seated near the kitchen counter. Your fingers drummed on the surface as you waited, your gaze trained on the phone. You were waiting on a call tonight, specifically from your cousin Leandra. You didn't want to miss it accidentally. Alright, hold on. Okay. Sorry. Your uncle, aunt, and Lee used to live many hours away. Your families only saw each other a few times a year for big occasions. A while back, though, they'd moved and were closer to you than ever before. You now hung out regularly. With school being out, you're positive she's going to want to come over a lot. The two of you were the same age and got along well. She used to be really fond of Elizabeth, too. But now that your sister has become allergic to interacting with her own family, it tended to be just you and Lee who spent time together. She was your only friend who was a girl. Being family helped make you close, but you had a lot of girlfriends now. You weren't a girl yourself, so maybe that was why. You had plenty of other friends, but you didn't really have a lot of other friends either. That one. Ma always said that quality was more important than quantity when Elizabeth bemoaned your small social circle. You weren't sure how friendship quality was judged, but nevertheless you thought that what you had with Lee was good. Then the shrill ringtone announced an incoming call. You jumped before grabbing the receiver and pressing it to your ear. Hello?
Hi.
Oh, she's so pretty, dude. I'm glad it's you. For a second there, I thought it might be one of Elizabeth's friends. There was static at the end, on the end, as if Lee was shifting wherever she was. So, can you believe school's actually over? I thought it'd never be done. Now we don't have to do any of that boring stuff, and we get to hang out whenever we want. Speaking of hanging out, Lee, can you wait a second? Let me just head to my room.
Oh yeah.
You got up from your seat at the counter. Luckily the phone was wireless, so you didn't have to worry about any cords tying you down. Your mom set a rule about not moving the phone unless a call was in progress, which was why you'd been sat by its cradle waiting for Lee to call. Your mom's could be really unfair. You thought it made sense. You didn't like it, but it had to be that way. Yep, that one. You weren't the only person here. If anyone could take the phone anywhere at any time, it'd be an even bigger hassle. You could easily imagine the receiver having a new forever home in Elizabeth's locked room. But now that Lee had called, it was okay for you to go upstairs to your bedroom and talk to her. You made your way up the stairs, smiling. After you'd arrived, you shut the bedroom door firmly behind you. You took a seat on your bed. Alright, I'm here.
Cool.
Hey, did you know the girl down the street from me has her own phone now? A cell phone. She doesn't have to wait for someone else to stop using it or anything. Wow, really? The thought of someone having a phone that was all their own seemed unbelievable to you. Right? I wish I had one too, but my parents said I couldn't get my own phone until I'm more grown up. I wish they'd change their mind. We could call each other every single day and no one would be able to stop us. How great would that be? Really great, but would I still be using a home phone? Too bad that's so far away. I'm gonna say that. I know. I could probably get my own phone without telling them if I was that old. She sighed dramatically. I bet I'm not gonna get one until I'm all the way in college. Squeezing the phone between your shoulders and ear, you puffed up your pillows and made yourself more comfy. It was strange to think of a time when normal school would be over and you'd have to choose whether or not to go to college. School was such a big part of your life right now. Studying didn't come easily to you, though you tried hard. You worked about as hard as most people. Pretty average. Never tried much. Didn't bother at all. Okay, I'm gonna pick the first one because I'm not good at studying, for sure. Why am I getting notifications? Go away! Okay. You knew it was important and you wanted to do well. Frustratingly, even your best didn't seem quite ever be good okay, I can't read. Frustratingly, even your best didn't seem to quite ever be good enough. You didn't know how it could be harder. You felt a lot of pressure to get higher grades than you did last year. You hoped to do as well as this year, but it wouldn't be a big deal if they dropped some. You were confident your grades would be great. You had no plans on getting excellent scores this time around. I'm probably picking this one. Grades weren't the most important thing, no matter how good or bad they ended up being. Yeah. You tried to sound engaged, but your mind had decided to go back to to school despite the season. We knew you too well to be fooled. It sounds so spacey. What's up? Thinking about school. Lee groaned. Are you thinking about how we don't have to think about it because it's summer? That's what I'm doing. Looking forward to going back. Let's make a petition for more vacation time. It's so awful, I hate going. Come on, it's not scary to think about it. It's too scary not to think about it. Okay. I hate going. I get what you mean. Though I guess school isn't all the way bad. You can do some good things there. You can just do more when school's out. Learning new things. Gym was pretty great. It's an easy way to hang out with people. Cafeteria lunches at my school could be better. I think I'm gonna pick the cafeteria food. Lucky, mine's boring. Gym's pretty great. There are all sorts of sports stuff during gym. Yeah, it can be fun sometimes. It's an easy way to hang out with people not in the neighborhood. If I didn't go to school, I'd never meet anybody new. No one really comes here. I'm not picking that. And that's pretty much everything that's good about school. Okay, point taken.
Alright.
Now, I decree the topic of school is officially closed. We have to talk about the summer first before we start plotting the rest of our lives. I got some plans already. Ooh, tell me. I'm gonna visit my cousins. You chuckled, of course. What's something you want to do? First thing that comes to your head. Let's see. Probably, art supplies. I can't wait to try them out. I can't wait to see what you make. You lean back in your bed, settling in as you continue to chatting with your friend. Even though it hadn't been that long since you saw her, and you'd be seeing her soon, you found plenty to talk about. For one, the events of the day, you stood up straighter. I was with Cobb and Derek today, and we met a new kid. Like, at your neighborhood? His parents were visiting family, so it sounds like he'll be around for a little while. I don't know how long. What was he like? Mean? He kept stopping. We were all trying to do was talk to him. He just kept being rude to everyone. But especially Cobb. It was awful. I don't think I want to meet him. You want a boy to stay away from before even meeting him? That's an unexpected twist. Are you... Oh my god. Are you, like, being mean? Because it was pretty popular with the boys who knew her. She seemed happy enough to have them around, even when they started to annoy her. Who are you to talk? Cobb and Derek are always around. They're both boys, you know. That's true, that's not the same. They're not always around. I'm not the one who invites them. They show up on their own. That is not the same. We laughed at your rejection of the idea, deeply amused. Even though she couldn't see, you shook your head at her, grinning to yourself. There was a stomping noise approaching your room, heralding the arrival of your irritated older sister. She flung the door open, a frown etched on her face. The little adventure from earlier hadn't gotten you any good will this time, it seemed.
Come on.
How long are you gonna hog the phone? Glancing at your watch, you realized that your quick call had gone on much longer than anticipated. Elizabeth held out her hand, the other one lodged on her hip. She noticed the realization on your face. Time's up. Gotta go. Said your goodbye. Sorry for being long. I'm still using it. No, get out of my room. Gotta go. I'll see you soon.
Bye.
Elizabeth and your moms have said hi. You barely pressed the end call button when Elizabeth whisked the handset from your fingers and began dialing someone new as she strode out of the room. Your mom's voice called from downstairs. Hey, has anyone seen the phone? I'm using it. With that, she shut your door behind you. Silence was left in the wake. That was one way to end your first day of summer break. Sometime later, it had gotten dark outside, and you laid in bed wide awake. Your window rattled all of a sudden, startling you badly. You flinched, staring at it with furrowed brows. From your vantage point, you saw only the moon and an open sky. You were... confused. What had caused that noise? Frowning, you sat up and moved closer to the window. You might as well find the reason behind the disturbance. To your utter shock, your gaze was met by a pair of familiar ocean blue eyes. Cobb? You squinted. Yep, Cobb was right outside your window. Your house was very angular, and some parts stuck out further than others, so it theoretically wouldn't be hard to climb around on. Still, just because somebody could didn't mean you expected it to ever happen. To his credit, Cobb was doing fine. His feet were braced against the section of the wall that jutted out, his arms flexing with the efforts to keep him upright. He easily lifted a hand and waved at you from the other side of the glass. You hurriedly opened the window. Cobb climbed over the ledge, releasing a breath once he was safely inside. What is he doing here? What are you doing? What's up, Romeo? This sure is a surprise, but you're always welcome here. Is everything okay? What happened? You look at it and start screaming. Amazing, my dreams have come true. What are you doing? Visiting? Why? I needed to talk to you, and I couldn't wait till tomorrow. If I rang the doorbell, I know your moms would have answered and they'd just make me go home. I didn't really want to explain why I was coming over anyway. I don't want to talk about it. Well, besides with you, I mean, but that's why I did that. As unexpected as this was, you were touched. Ko felt like he could tell you what was wrong. I might have tried calling or something, except my dad was on the phone. Hope suddenly looked very cross. Dad, he was talking to my mom. Still is, probably. You raised your eyebrows. Cobb had eavesdropped on his parents' phone conversation? Shouldn't have done that. Eavesdropping's bad. I would have done that too. You didn't comment on his eavesdropping. There were other things to talk about. And are you going to stay with your mom for a while again? Every year, Cobb was sent off to live with his mom for a few weeks. When it happened varied. Sometimes he would go during winter break, but usually he went during summer. Even though it was hard news when you found out he was leaving, and you missed seeing him those weeks, you understood. To your surprise, however, he shook his head. That's what I thought too, but no, that's not what they were saying. My dad asked my mom not to have me leave this year. He said she could... Oop, I missed a bunch. Hold on. Okay. So I thought too, but no, that's not the way it's saying. My dad asked my mom not to have me leave this year. He said she could come stay with us here. You waited for him to continue. He didn't. The conversation abruptly dropped off. You couldn't help but stare at Ko. There was a complicated mix of expressions on his face. What did your mom say? She told him she'd come. I know she's coming soon, before school starts. Oh. You had heard Ko talk about his mom a lot over the years. He'd tell you about past memories, or what happened while he was visiting her. Still, it was one thing to hear about someone, and another to actually meet them. Very soon you were going to see Ko's mom in person. You were taken aback by the news, so you could only imagine how Ko felt. You looked over at him. He was facing across your room, his features pained with dread. Before they'd barely stay in the same room long enough to have lunch. Now we're all going to be together again, the three of us after all this time, just for a few weeks. I know I should probably be happy they can talk to each other now. I'm still not. I'm just confused and freaked out, and now I feel really bad for feeling this way. Aww. His fists tightened and his eyes became misty. I shouldn't keep getting like this. It's been a long time already, and I'm not a little kid. Though, he wouldn't meet your eyes. You knew he was waiting for you to say something. Something wrong with feeling bad. That's hard to deal with. We can deal with this. I'm sorry. I'm here for you. Yeah, that's a lot. You don't know what to say. That is hard to deal with. Cobb sniffled. You were afraid he might really start crying, but he didn't. Instead, he smiled. See, now I feel kind of better. Visiting like this wasn't a bad idea. A momentary silence fell over the two of you. You marveled at how the day started. You had woken up eager for summer vacation, but now things seemed so crazy. The mini debacle with Mr. Holden's gift, the new addition to the neighborhood being so rude, and as if all that wasn't enough, now Cobb's mom would be living with Cobb and his dad again. Your whole life was kind of like that, it seemed. Complicated and hard and different. Why couldn't things just get better with time? The sound of your name, said quietly, pulled you from your thoughts. Cobb gazed at you, concerned.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Things were kind of bad for everyone, huh? Let's do that. I guess so. Cobb grinned reassuringly. It was small and delicate, but you knew it was genuine. He had come here, conflicted and upset, only to end up worrying about you. He really was a great friend. You know, I think I don't want to talk any more about this. He looked away, his lips thinning into a line, and rubbed at his arms. But I kind of don't want to go back home, either. Can I stay a little longer just doing something else? He appeared equal parts hopeful and vulnerable. How could you possibly turn him away? You can stay tonight, but we shouldn't make a habit. Flashlight, some cards. Of course, you can always stay here. Let's do some cards. He tilted your head, waiting patiently for his answer. Cove perked up at your response, a smile appearing on his face. He immediately took a seat on your bed, not afraid to get comfortable in your room. You felt a little better at the sight somehow. You still had a lot of worries, but you were glad he was here. And not just tonight, you were glad he came into your life in the first place. That was a change you'd never want to undo. Who would have thought Cove would mean so much to you? You certainly hadn't in the beginning. You had kept your distance, and so had he. Now you considered him to be one of your closest friends. You joined Cove on your bed, taking a seat across from him. He smiled at you again, but you could tell this time it was half-hearted. He was still easy to read. Though he didn't want to talk about his mom and dad, he must be thinking about what happened and was about to happen. I'm gonna smile at him. You had no idea how to make him feel better, though. You wanted to try anyway. Hopefully your presence was helping. Conversation was stilted and broken often by silence at first, then both of you were able to get into your usual candor. As your secret hangout session stretched on, you thought that you truly wanted to keep having moments like this with him. You hoped the day would never come when life decided that the two of you would have to part ways, and you knew Cove felt the same. You opened your tired eyes, groaning as they adjusted to the bright light that was streaming through your window and warming your peachy skin. With a loud yawn, you rolled away from the sunlight and blinked a couple of times, clearing the sleep from your eyes, before realizing with a start that it was actually morning. You couldn't remember even falling asleep. Cove had crept to your window during the night, and the two of you spent time together, trying not to wake your parents. You must have fallen asleep when you were hanging out, but couldn't put your finger on exactly when. You wondered how late Cove had stayed before heading home. You rubbed your face and yawned again, contemplating whether you should get out of bed and get ready for the day, or stay snuggled up in for a little while longer. Until your gaze landed on an instantly recognizable mop of pale green hair, and you bolted upright and gasped in surprise. He never left. He was still here in the morning. You jumped out of bed. Your feet hit the floor faster than the speed of light, though Cove remained asleep. He had fallen asleep while sitting on the ground and precariously leaning his head on the side of your mattress. It was lucky your leap hadn't caused him to fall over, but he certainly couldn't stay like that, and you knew you had to wake him up before your parents or Elizabeth waltzed into your room. With that in mind, you also had to get him out of here quietly. I'm gonna shake his shoulder. After giving him a firm shake on the shoulder, Cove's eyes flew open and he woke with a start. He scrambled out of the way as he abruptly jumped to his feet before also losing his balance and falling back down. He recovered just as quickly and faced you, indignantly. What was that for? Shh. What? The situation dawned on him, too, before he even finished a word. He blinked at you a couple times, his eyes growing in panic as some thought that only he could hear settled in his mind. Oh my god, I fell asleep. You weren't exactly sure what to do as you watched Cove pace your room, looking around frantically. Cove's hands flew to his face, letting out a sigh of relief when he found his glasses right where they were supposed to be. Despite that, he hadn't calmed down completely. The atmosphere was still frazzled. I thought I heard a noise just now. Hold on. Checking my phone real quick. Ooh, ads about to start in 1 minute. If you don't want to see ads, you can do a subscribe. I don't know how much it is, but you can subscribe. Or if you have a Twitch Prime, you can use that as well. And also you can use Turbo if you want to. Or if you already have it, you don't need to worry about ads. Also, sub discount is on, so you can do that and help out other people, share the love for this wonderful day. Sorry, I'm getting messages on my phone. Okay, Jesus. Let's see, it's gonna be alright. We're gonna be in so much trouble. Just come down, settle down before Mom's hear you. You didn't say anything. We're gonna get in so much trouble. You could feel your throat tight, and the air struggled to hit your lungs as you thought about all the possible punishments your parents might give you. Summer was just beginning, and you couldn't imagine having to stay cooped up in your house for the rest of it. That was just barbaric. Letting out a heavy sigh, he ran a hand through his hair in exasperation. He couldn't look at you again as he spoke. I'll see you later. You were confused by all of this, how all of this had played out, but hoped that was true. Bye, Cove. At that, you were suddenly wrapped up in a tense embrace. As panicked as he was, this seemed to be something he couldn't forget before leaving. Thanks again. You're a good friend. He firmly whispered the words into the top of your shoulder. But you were let go before you had a chance to respond or even fully react. In a matter of seconds, he had climbed over your bed and opened the window. A cool breeze rolled off the ocean, fluttering through Cove's hair and filling your room in its salty scent. Cove fearlessly stepped out onto the ledge. You wished him luck, you railed him to keep going, you suggested he sneak out the door instead, you urged him to hurry up. Okay, I wish him luck. Good luck. Be super careful. You weren't sure if he heard you or not, but he kept going along, one foot in front of the other, with increased speed until his form disappeared out of sight. You stuck your head out of the window as far as it could go to try to keeping watch. He walked the full length of the ledge before jumping down to the top of the garage, then lowering himself onto the fence. From there, he finally dropped down to the ground. He threw out a thumbs up at his successful climb. He ran off towards his house without stopping, disappearing behind the side of another building. You had to admit you were pretty impressed at how doable he made that look. With a little sigh, you reclosed your window. Deciding there was nothing more you could do, you hopped off your bed and got ready to head downstairs for the day. Let's make the bed. It was a habit of yours. You straightened up your sheets, smoothed over your comforter, and fluffed your pillows before stepping back and admiring your work. You took the stairs, slowly attempting to mask your face into a look of innocence. Oh, okay. You're sure that someone would have come into your room if they had heard anything strange, but you couldn't be too careful. You had to play it cool. You stepped into the living room. When you stepped into the living room, Elizabeth was there, tapping her finger on the counter. Good morning. She looked over at you immediately, her eyes squinting at the greeting. Why are you being so weird? You hadn't even done anything. Your big sister never missed a beat, unfortunately. You turned and offered a tight smile, and her lips pursed together even tighter. Wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy? Wouldn't you like to know?
Duh.
I would. That's actually why I asked. You shrugged noncommittally, determined not to tell her a thing. Further suspicious squinting occurred as she waited for something. But ultimately, she rolled her eyes, and you weren't sure if you were in trouble or not. She didn't seem to care enough to dig any further. Whatever. I deleted Valentine's Day. It's not called Bullet Day. Bro, what the heck? Also, hi, how are you? Then she walked straight out of the front door, letting it slam shut behind her, and you let out a brief sigh. Why is she so mean? Elizabeth went out most days to hang out with her friends from school around town. Today you were extra glad for it, though you were also grateful she left the house any sooner. Though you were also grateful she hadn't left the house any sooner and risked running into Cove. It looked like you were getting away with it, bro. Breakfast was eaten in peace and alone. Your moms were both out by the time you had gotten up. They had left you a serving of food from breakfast they made. Hash browns, an omelet, a fruit salad, and there were a few sausage links. I'm okay, maybe because she didn't get any. What the fuck? Bro. I hope your day's been good. I did some crazy stuff today. I took the dogs to the groomers, we got some groceries. So it's been pretty crazy. I would eat everything, so. Did I delete anybody? What do you mean delete? Like, unfriend or like kill somebody? If it's kill somebody, I haven't done anything. It was tasty. You appreciated was variety in the meals your moms made. The day lazily drifted by at home and eventually your parents returned. Remove someone from this earth? No. Why the fuck would I do that? Listen, I let karma do the job. That's not something I should be doing. Okay? You pulled up with the fridge again, lingering in the frosty air for a moment or two before grabbing a bottle of ice-cold water and taking a long drink. I need to drink my water. Hold on. My throat's dry. It was a perfect, balmy summer afternoon, and you decided to head outdoors and find something to do. You hadn't decided what that something was just yet, but you were sure something would pop up to occupy your time. As you were heading out the front door, you paused for a moment. You hadn't seen Cove since he had left that morning. You couldn't help but think about what had happened to him. Would it be bad to go over to his house right now, or to call him to check in? You stepped out of your house, still stuck in an internal debate with yourself, when a voice caught your attention.
Hi.
Confused, you looked over to where an unrecognizable woman was waving at you. A friendly smile plastered on her face. You racked your memory for where you might have seen her before, but nothing came to mind. Not your school, or from the country club your moms took you to. You'd absolutely no idea who this woman was. The woman crossed the road towards you, and you were a little unsure whether you should stay put or go back into the house and lock the door. Oops, I'm sorry. Was that presumptuous? I've heard about you. But you have no idea who I am, do you? You shook your head, and she removed her sunglasses to reveal sparkly ocean blue eyes. All of a sudden, she seemed a little more familiar. My son lives here, and my ex do. With a bent smile, she lifted a hand to point at the condo across the street from your house. She was Cobe's mom. I'm always deleting Karens by enforcing the rules and making it hard for them to get what they want. That's how you do it. Be like, hey, you can't do that, get out. You didn't know why you hadn't realized sooner, now that you'd gotten a good look at her. Nice, strange, really young. It made sense she was Cove's mom. She felt so different. She was super pretty. She was super pretty. This beautiful lady was Cove's mother? Wow. No matter your thoughts on her, she still felt taken aback that she had appeared here so suddenly. Cove mentioned she was coming, but you hadn't gotten the impression it would be the very next day. She extended a hand again, this time for you to take. You studied the manicured fingers in front of your face and the assortment of bracelets that dangled from her wrist. Kira Priest, call me Kira, shook her hand. You reached out and took her hand, and she shook yours firmly, grinning wide. I'm Brandon, but you already know that.
That I do.
Cove's mentioned you to me before. It's nice to officially meet you. Cove talked to you about his mom. He hadn't mentioned how he said things about you to her. What has Cove said about me? What are you doing here? Nice to meet you. Oh, I can't tell you that. I've already said too much. She laughed good-naturedly. You couldn't be happy by that answer, though. The sound of a door opening and closing caught both your attentions. When you turned towards the sound, it was to find Cove exiting his house, his eyes skimming the ground. Considering just how tall he had grown, you kind of figured his mom also would have been tall, but she was much more on the short side for an adult anyway. Cove's height must have come from his father.
My baby.
My baby! There you are. I thought you were gonna keep me standing out here all day. Try to catch Cove's eye as he walked towards you, but his gaze was firmly fixed on the sidewalk. When he finally crossed the road and looked up, he gave you a pitiful look. After the way he had acted last night, you knew he must be feeling pretty mixed up about this. You tried to wordlessly express that you understood. Cove and I are heading into town to grab something to eat while the snore is at work. Kira beamed at Cove and ruffled his hair, which only seemed to upset him more. You assumed the snore she was talking about was Mr. Holden. Hey, you should come with us. I'd love to get to know you better. Yeah, you should come. There was a pleading in his tone that you couldn't miss. Of course, we'll run it by your parents first. Responsibility and all that.
Anywhoosies.
It'll give me an excuse to meet them, which I need to do at some point. It's important to be neighborly if I'm going to be roosting on this street for the time being. Any whoosies, let's go. Kira walked ahead towards your house, and you hung back with Cove, who crinkled his nose as he watched her. I'm sorry about her, but I really do want you to come. I don't want it to be just the two of us, not right now. You leaned in closer, whispered while checking around for anyone who might hear. What happened? Did your dad know you were gone? Cove shook his head and sighed heavily. Dad was so confused on Mom showing up that he didn't even notice. I thought when I heard them on the phone last night that it was something they were planning for the future. This morning, Dad said it was supposed to be a surprise, and I guess I was surprised. She's gonna be here all summer. Oh, fuck. I missed dialogue. Hold on. You were surprised to hear that, too. Cove sighed again, even heavier. I'll go with you if you really want to. He smiled, his shoulders relaxing a little in relief. Yeah, thanks, that'd be cool. The two of you headed over to where Cove's mom had just knocked on your front door and stood behind her. Mom answered the door after a minute, her eyebrows lifting in surprise at the group she'd found in front of her. You realized that, like you, she would have no idea that it was Cove's mom who was hanging out with you. However, after blinking at the woman a couple times and looking between her and Cove, the realization seemed to strike on her. Hello there, I'm Pamela.
I see.
I see you met my kid, Brandon. I'm guessing you've already known Cove for a while now. And Kira laughed, and you and Cove exchanged looks at your parents' weird sense of humor. I'm Kira Priest, Cove's mom. It's nice to meet you. Had a purple-brown hair caught your eye as Mop popped up behind Mom, squeezing herself in beside her. You have company. I was wondering what all the commotion was about. She grinned excitedly at Kira. The two of them introduced themselves and shook hands.
Hello.
Cove smiled at Ma shyly, and she gestured a hand toward the living room. There's no use hanging around in the doorway. Why don't you come in? I'd love to, but I promised to take my son out to eat, and I wouldn't want to hold you up with a surprise visit. Cove grimaced. He likely took offense at how she didn't want to put him out with a surprise visit, but not him apparently. Oh, I understand. You're welcome to stop by anytime.
Of course.
I'll take you up on that offer when I can. Count on it. Wouldn't you mind too much if Brandon went with Cove and I? My treat. We won't be driving, just a quick walk down the road. Sure, that sounds nice.
Have fun.
I hope you all have fun. You gave your moms a look, and then they smiled at you fondly. You were happy they were letting you go. You could tell that Cove really needed the support, and you were ready to be there for him.
Marvelous.
Expect us back in an hour or two. We look forward to seeing you again. Take care. Your parents waved goodbye to the three of you as you backed up on the street. There was the sound of the front door closing behind you. I'm pretty positive I saw some restaurants when I was in the taxi not too far from here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tourist town, isn't it? There's a lot of them around. Kind of strange to see Cove give someone this much attitude. He wasn't in the mood to be nice, he generally just kept to himself. Vera put her hands on her hips and smiled at her son. Well, you sound like an area expert. Do you have any recommendations for a place nearby? Not really. Kira pouted at him a little and turned to you instead. How about you? Want to point me in the right direction? Sure, I have a couple of favorites. You've been to a lot of places in town, and there were a couple that stood out from all the rest. There's a Chinese restaurant that me and my family go to all the time. It's my mom's favorite. There's also a tropical themed place that tries to be sort of fancy. Both come like a treat. I'll leave it to you to pick for us, since Cove is going through a phase over there. Bro, calm down. He huffed at her and turned his face away. I'm picking the Chinese restaurant.
Thank you.
Will you show us the way? You nodded, taking the lead of your little group as Cove and his mom followed behind. Together, the three of you left the neighborhood behind. The walk was about... Oh, hold on, my phone's buzzing, hold on. Sorry, I'm messaging somebody. The walk was about 15 minutes, and along the way, Kira asked a lot of questions about the area. Cobb was quiet most of the time, so he ended up answering her instead. Kira explained that she lived in a large city, and she loved how peaceful and relaxing everything seemed in Sunset Bird. The restaurant was busy as usual, but luckily you were shown right to a small table. Kira lowered herself into the chair, while Cobb picked the one diagonal of her, not facing her or to her side. It was awkward. Yeah, I'm messaging somebody, hold on. Let's see, to start, what would you all like to drink? I'll get an orange soda. I'm gonna get some soda. Which flavor? I'll get orange soda too. Here, place the order for your drinks, getting a black hot coffee for herself, and it didn't take long before they were brought to the table and set in front of you. Took a long sip of your drink as you looked around the restaurant. Your small group checked over the menus, and you decided to order a usual thing. You had been at this restaurant so many times, so you knew what was good and what wasn't already. Kira and Cove didn't need any encouragement for this. They were trying to focus on the information in front of them. Soon the meals too were ordered, and the menus taken away. You glanced at the table surface, waiting to figure out what to say. Cove awkwardly sunk back further into his seat and crossed his arms, all while blatantly avoiding eye contact. The sidewall must be real interesting to him right now. His sour feelings today were unignorable. Instead of asking more open questions, he'd brush off. But Kira had mercy on her son and instead put her focus towards you.
So?
What's a few things that you're into? There's got to be something you do for fun, especially now that you're not buried in school assignments. I spend time on art, drawing. I filled out a lot of sketchbooks. The end. I'm not picking that. Games are fun. I like to play video games. I don't know much about them. Maybe you can show me sometime. You know, with people. Best to have friends and family to spend time with. I write things. A fellow writer. Writing is a great form of expression, don't you think? Kira sighed wistfully, her eyes going soft. They say anything else. I'm happy to learn more about you. There's so much I hadn't heard. Cove leaves the details out. He cringed, looking very much like he would rather be anywhere but here. Bro, come on. Hoping it would clear some of the tension in the air, you decided to ask Kira a few questions of your own. Cove hadn't told you much about her, and you were curious to know more about this woman who was such a big part of his life. What exactly do you do for work? I'm a travel writer for magazines and things. I keep people in the loop about what's worth seeing. It's good work. Wow. I want to ask this so bad. I do not remember the answer. What do you like to do? Spend time with my little boy, of course, and traveling. A real shock, huh? Do you live normally? Nevada? What do you want to say? Have you been there? You shook your head. It's a beautiful place. Check it out if you can. Why did you and Mr. Holden get divorced? I'm gonna ask that. Cove nudged you in the arm, and when you looked at him, you seemed furious. Kira brushed the question off lightly. That's grown-up stuff. You should enjoy your youth while you can, without having to worry about all that. Cove sipped his soda angrily, slurping up the remaining drink with his furrowed brows. He looked ready to run straight out of the restaurant. You weren't sure if coming along had ended up making the lunch better or worse. I shouldn't have said anything. I'm gonna smile at him. Cobb eventually noticed you watching him. It was subtle, but you swore you could see the hint of a smile tilting the corner of his lips.
Very cute.
You two seem really cute together. Cobb covered his face with his hands and leaned back in his seat. Oh, Mom, why would you say that? You felt bothered too. It was true that you and Cobb were close, but she's his mom. She shouldn't be saying things like that about him and his friend. Sorry, I'm distracted. Give me a second. Oh, I got gifted a sub to another person's channel. Okay. I just noticed it just now. Okay, let me get back. Your meals were delivered shortly after that, and everything was so delicious even Cobb enjoyed his meal.
Okay.
Or his food. Alright, now that we're all full and content, can you explain, please, why you had a bug up your butt all day? Cobb's face instantly turned to its scrunched form. Seriously, why did Mom... What did Mom do to make you this mad? I haven't even been around for a full day yet. He gripped the edge of the table, refusing to make eye contact. The words he spoke were barely audible over the din of the restaurant. You could have told me. She leaned forward to not miss anything else, eyebrows raised. Told you what? He finally seemed to find his voice and spoke to the thought that had been on his mind. That I wasn't going to visit you this year, that you were going to come instead. That you were coming instead. Didn't you invite me? You wanted me to here with you. Cobb's eyes began to shake and his frustration ebbed. I don't. I do want you to be around, but I didn't know it'd be like this. It's not the same and nobody said anything.
I see.
I see. Dude, I'm not going to be able to get to Baxter at all tonight. I tried. I might have to do it next weekend. Her expression grew tense. She threaded her fingers together and placed her hands in front of her on the table. Alright, hold on. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. My mom called me for something important. We're all good now. Alright. We've both been gifted another Clifford surprise. Referring to that as a Clifford surprise almost caused both you and Cope to crack a smile. You also had no idea what his name... You also had no idea his name wasn't just Cliff. Over 5 years, nobody had ever called him Clifford until now. She smoothed her hair out, not letting go of her stern look. The more things change, the more they stay the same. They let out identical sighs, but smiled weakly at one another afterwards.
I'm sorry.
You can go home, Cove. We can still set up a normal trip to my place before the summer ends. Cove's lips tightly closed together. He seriously pondered the option. I think I do want you to stay. I miss it when you're not there. My heart. She reached across the gap, grabbed his face, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Cove tried to wiggle away. Mom, stop. I'm sorry. Sweet young men need to be smooched by their parents. If I don't, they'll take away my mom license. Kira was completely enthused by Cove's admission. The tone of seriousness did return to her voice when the conversation continued. Do you want to talk to your dad too? Oh! Cove had snapped the word instantly, but reeled his annoyance back in just as quickly. Maybe later, not today.
It's alright.
I understand, we can shelve it. Thanks, Mom. Thank you for talking to me, little mister. She grinned affectionately at him before turning your way. And thank you. Huh? What did I do? It's easy to act like a baby with your mom. It's harder to keep that up with your neighbor watching everything. Especially when you really care about what the neighbor thinks of you. She winked. Mom? She just ruffled his hair with a laugh, then moved her hand down to tap the end of his nose. And that was how the issue was resolved, at least between Cope and his mom. When the three of you left the restaurant and Kira had paid the bill, you walked back to your neighborhood slowly. You'd eaten so much by that time, you were beginning to feel sleepy. It didn't help that the lunch had happened late, and the sun was already beginning to descend from the sky. But eventually you reached your street. Someone was there to greet your group upon arrival. Welcome back, family. And Brandon too. Cliff. Dad. The two walked past him into the condo without sparing another word. Despite the summer heat, their shoulders were cold. I'm in trouble. He rubbed the back of his neck with a crooked smile, but his eyes were soft as he looked on after them. Can you stop digging into the blanket? Hold on. Hi. Sorry, the dog was trying to mess up the bed. He's so much like his mom, did you think? You gave a vague nod, not sure what he was expecting you to do. He nodded back, far more energetically. Okay, have a nice night, Brandon. You too, Mr. Holden. With that, Cobb's dad disappeared to join the others inside. It was your turn to go home now. Summer hadn't started off at all how you imagined it would have, though it turned out to set the tone well. Having Kira in the neighborhood was a new experience for not only you and Cove, but also both your families, and a dull moment was rarely had. Okay. So I think I need to do soiree, according to Google. When attending the party, go alone. Okay. Okay, so I need to do the soiree. Let me do the soiree. You'd whiled away the morning, doing whatever struck your fancy, and now you're recharging with lunch. With nothing on the horizon, you were free to spend as much or as little time on your plate as you wanted. It was while you were thinking on all the possibilities for your afternoon that your moms approached you.
Hi.
Mouthful, you nodded and replied. To your surprise, they both sat with you at the table. Based on the time, you had wondered if they were joining you for a meal, but neither of them brought anything.
Alright.
You wanted to have a little chat. What the fuck? The qualifier little did nothing to downplay the situation. You're chewing slowly as your eyes widen, looking from one parent to the other. Anything that required both of them to talk to you must be something big. It was unsettling. You perked up, irritated. I'm going to say unsettling. You didn't like being the only one not knowing what was going on. Stomach churning, you waited for them to fill you in. Don't look so worried. It's nothing scary, promise. There's a soiree at the Cypress tomorrow night. Your mom and I are going. The Cypress was the country club your moms were part of, and where Elizabeth played golf. It seemed like every other month they had some event or another. All with fancy names like soiree. Chewing your lip, you wondered what this had to do with you. Mom chuckled at your poorly concealed reaction. Leaning in, Ma took your hand and squeezed it. We've decided to make the night a bit special. Elizabeth's going to be allowed to stay home fully alone for the first time.
Sorry.
You'll still be coming to the party with us. It's Elizabeth's night to party with no family around, not yours. Sorry. You gotta wait a couple more years. What's the soiree gonna be like? The usual, well, mostly. We wanted to make it a special night for you too, so we've got something a little extra planned. That was unexpected. Interested, you listened. Your parents shared a look across the table. You cleared your throat, reminding them that you were waiting. They couldn't keep dropping such hints, and then turned coy when the conversation was about to get good.
Well,
This is a pretty fancy party that's still chaperoned, and attendees are allowed to bring a guest. We thought it might be a nice opportunity for you to invite someone yourself as a date if you want. Your eyes widened as the words sunk in. Your mom's continued, and it was a struggle to keep up. Even though you'll be at the party too, you don't need to worry about us getting in your way. You'll be free to eat, dance, and enjoy the music as you see fit, but no leaving the property. Ma nodded at Mom's interjection. Oh my god!
That was scary.
DJ Kiska is here with 3 new friends.
Thank you for the wave, babe. I love you. It's just about to get good, too. I'm playing the DLC stuff now. Here, read it. Thanks for the wave. I appreciate you.
isn't that great?
Isn't that great? Yes, as long as you don't leave the party. And if you'd rather bring just a friend, that's a-okay too. That's amazing. You must have lit up because your parents shared an amused look again.
Don't worry about it.
The soiree isn't until tomorrow, so you've got time. Just let us know your plans before heading out. Hey.
Ohio_Renzi has been a pup for 19 months. 19 months I've subbed. There's a sub/Dom joke in there somewhere, but I'm not gonna go looking for it.
Thanks for the resub, bro. 19 months is crazy. I appreciate it, though. Alright. And that's all. We'll leave you to your lunch now. Your moms rose from their chairs in unison, disappearing to another part of the house. You barely noticed their departure. All you could think of was what just happened. The remnants of your lunch stared up at you from your plate. You felt like you should finish eating. You lost your appetite. You were glad to go back to eating. I'm gonna go back to eating. You wolfed down the rest of your food, clearing your plate as you thought about how you'd like to spend tomorrow evening. Even though you'd relocated to your bedroom, your head was stuck on the conversation that had unfolded at the dining table downstairs. You knew that having someone come as a friend would be the best. Okay, let me look up my Google search here. I'm gonna go alone, okay? You didn't want to bring anyone. Sighing, you shifted position on the bed, resting your arms on the windowsill. A flock of birds caught your eye and led your gaze as they crossed the sky. You watched the birds grow smaller and less distant until they disappeared from sight. Like the snap of a hypnotist's fingers, you were released from the trance and left with a goal of your own. You were going to take a walk. You ambled through the familiar streets of your neighborhood, picking your path at whim. It was as quiet as ever, with tourists choosing to congregate in the shopping areas near the beach rather than venture into the sleepy residential zones. You continued down the road and soon found yourself at the shore. The fresh, salty air hit you first, rolling to meet you over the grassy dunes that tickled your legs, followed by the familiar view of the sea stretching out across the horizon. You came to a halt. A lone figure was standing in the ocean, the water reaching up to his knees. Though he had his back to you, you recognized the familiar silhouette as Cove's. It made sense that you'd find him here. He always was in his element by the sea. You had no idea if he had heard your arrival or if it was a coincidence. But he looked over your shoulder. Your eyes met. I smiled. The expression came as naturally as the rising tide. Seeing Cove was an easy way to lift one's mood. Sorry, my nose is being annoying. Okay. Drink water. Drink water. Cove grinned at you from over his shoulder before turning away to wade back to the shore. He's not wearing a shirt. Brandon, what are you up to? Oops, I missed dialogue again. Okay. My moms are taking me to a soiree tomorrow at the country club. Soiree sounds exciting. Cove tried to show a level of enthusiasm, keeping his grin pinned in place, but you could tell that he held no envy towards your plans. I'm attending by myself. Elizabeth is staying home. My moms will be there, but I don't need to hang around with them if I don't want to. Cool, tell me what happens later. Our boy Cove is back. Yeah. We're doing the Baxter route. We are not doing Cove, and as much as I want to, I'm losing my shit. Look how cute this man is. Also, I posted in my server what Derek's parents look like because we got to see his parents, and he has siblings. His mom is so pretty. I'm gonna just say that. Okay, back to this. The strain had gone from his smile, which was back to being genuine. Thanks for letting me know you're not going to be around tomorrow. No problem. You can get back to what you're doing now. I can tell you're real busy. That's right. The ocean isn't going to swim in itself. Someone has to do it. Shaking your head, you waved Cove off as he crossed down the shore. This is also part of DLC. So this is a whole new thing we've never touched because of the DLC thing. And then you began to head back home, feeling good that you had settled your plans for tomorrow. You crossed the threshold of your house, as alone as when he had first set out. You'd considered the available options, limited as they were, and hadn't felt right about any of them attending tomorrow's event with you. At the sound of the door opening, your mom popped her head into the hall.
How are you?
Hi, Brandon. How's it going? I was thinking about what you said, Mom, what you and Ma said about the soiree tomorrow. There isn't really anybody I'd want to take. Your mom seemed unfazed by your decision, nodding as you came to join her in the living room. You dropped onto the sofa, comforted by the cushions that pressed into you. Oh, that's fine. There's gonna be plenty to do at the party anyway, so it'll be a good time for just the three of us. No need to push yourself into going with anyone you don't want to. We'll have a great time. I don't know, this whole thing is a pain. It'd be relaxing without Elizabeth there for once complaining about everything. I kind of want to pick this because Elizabeth's being a bitch. Great time or Elizabeth, my option. If I pick the Elizabeth one, I feel like the mom will get mad at me, so I'm just gonna say great time. That's the spirit. Hey, I'm proud of you for not forcing yourself into something you're not up for. She leaned in and ruffled your hair. Thanks. You smiled at her, feeling content with the world. And the rest of the afternoon passed by just like that. Back in your room, you idly thought about the upcoming soiree. You were pleased that you didn't have the pressure of taking someone else as a guest, leaving you free to relax and enjoy the evening with your moms. There would be more chances to take someone to one of those shindigs, whether as a guest or even a date. The country club threw parties often enough. For now, you were happy to be left to your own devices. You were definitely looking forward to the big night. The evening of the soiree had arrived. The daylight hours had slipped away in a blur. Up in your bedroom, you were getting ready for the big event. That was your intention at least, but you hadn't settled on an outfit. Stationed in front of your wardrobe, you scanned over the clothing you had at your disposal. Though Ma had mentioned this event was a bit dressier than a normal get-together, you didn't necessarily have to comply. Let's do something formal. You attempted to decide between the nicer pieces in your wardrobe, the one that really had a chance to come out. You decided to dress formally because Dressing up. I like dressing up. There is something magical about the sheen of an elegant fabric and the cut of formal wear. Something that transformed everyone into a more sophisticated version of their normal self. Dude, that's a hard, long ass sentence to say. To start, you decided to wear... Oh, I want to wear a dress. Dress. The one you picked was light and had sheen. The silky material seemed to glide through your fingers as you took it from the wardrobe. It was a perfect fit for a summer evening party. You began to get dressed, your fingers working stiff zips and awkward fastenings. It felt different against your skin, reminding you with every movement that you were dressed up. Whatever happened tonight, you were pleased that you'd gotten the opportunity to wear this. 7 streams straight, dude. Hell yeah. That's a whole week, bro. That's a whole week. Dresses might be seen as reserved for girls for some people, but that wasn't a concept you bought into. You wanted to wear one tonight, then you would. Now dressed, you gave yourself a final glance over before heading downstairs, ready to head out. You found your moms already waiting in the living room. They were putting the finishing touches in their outfits. Mom strapping her heel into a stiletto shoe, and Mom trying to fasten a bracelet single-handed. They're so pretty! Oh my god, they're so pretty! Ah. They looked up as you entered.
Oh,
You look so nice, don't you think, Pam?
thanks.
Thanks for dressing up. I hope the party will be prepared for your arrival. You look sharp. Mom was still struggling with the bracelet. You lent the hand, literally, by taking one side and holding it as she secured the clasp. Thanks, kiddo. Mom's eyes were flicked to the clock on the wall. It's about that time. We should say bye to Elizabeth before we head out. Who knows? She might not make it through the night, and this will be our last chance. Mom shook her head at her wife's choices and jokes. Mom just chuckled. Elizabeth. Moments before the call, you heard your sister's feet on the stairs. Elizabeth waltzed into the room, eyebrows arched. She'd been summoned, but wouldn't be hurried. You're still here? Well, I know you're excited, but we haven't even said goodbye, and I want to go over how things are going to play out. Elizabeth sighed as Mom began listing the rules, ticking them off on her fingers. No ordering takeout or other deliveries. You can't have anyone else come over. She nodded, resigned to her fate, listening to a set of rules she could predict without so much as a glance at a crystal ball. If anything happens, you can call us or go across the street to the Holdens. Keep the noise down. The house might be empty, but there are other people around in the neighborhood. Usual house rules still apply. Don't do anything you wouldn't do if we were here.
All right.
And we'll be back no later than 11:30 p.m. But we'll call if there are any issues, so don't tie up the phone line all night. Alright, all done? Can you go now? Why is she such a bitch? Mom strode over and swept Elizabeth up in a hug. Your sister let out a small noise, her eyes widening, and suddenly looked much less like the smug teenager she acted like. You're such a big girl now. I still can't believe it. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. This wasn't the quick departure that she'd been hoping for. Any chance of it ending soon vanished as Mom joined in the hug. Alright, hold on. Oh, my nose, dude. Neither can I. It feels like it was only yesterday that Elizabeth groaned, tried to cut the reminiscing off without success. You felt sorry. You were glad you weren't the one getting that treatment. You joined in the hug. I'm gonna say I feel sorry for her. As the baby of the family, you knew that routine far too well.
Jeez.
Could y'all just go? Jeez. The embrace finally ended as your moms unlinked their arms from your sister. Fine, we really do have to be going. Bye, sweetie. Ring if you need us.
Goodbye.
Bye. Mom bounced her finger on the tip of Elizabeth's nose. Elizabeth wrinkled it in disgust. Take care, we'll see you later. Yeah, bye. See you in a few hours. See you later. If you ever leave. Now, can I finally enjoy the private time I was promised? Your mom's laughed at her insistence to get you all out the door. It was pretty funny. She tended to be the one who rubbed the others the wrong way. It was entertaining having the tables turned on her. With another brief round of goodbyes and Elizabeth seconds away from literally pushing your group out of the house, the three of you bundled into the car and set off to the party. So, how do you want to tackle the party? Someone has to stop you from getting in trouble. I'll give you two some space.
It's no
Are you sure? We don't mind. I think that was the code for I want my space. Alright. The ride continued with some silence and moments of casual conversation. Almost there. Have you got your dancing shoes on? You looked down at your feet. The shoes were as stiff as if you just picked them off the rack. You didn't have much cause to write them in. The label didn't say. Fair enough. You pulled up at the country club. The sun had sunk deep into the horizon, the last of its lights sleepily warming the oncoming night. Your moms led the way to the space around the back where the actual event was being held. The place had been transformed through decoration with stark tablecloths and elegant ribbons contributing to the festive atmosphere. Musicians dressed in matching black and white were setting up their instruments and flicking through pages of sheet music. And as promised, there was a table covered in plates of beautiful food. The space itself wasn't the only thing you recognized. There were a number of familiar faces who were also regulars here. You and your parents exchanged greetings and caught up with those you hadn't seen in a while. There was a lot of cooing compliments about how wonderful you looked. Before you knew it, the sun had tucked itself away for the night. Taking its place were hundreds of twinkling lights. The party was beginning in earnest, which meant you needed to figure out how you were going to make the most of it. Let me look up my my search here. Google, show me this guy's balls. Sorry, I'm looking it up. Sorry, I'm reading. Okay. Let's eat some snacks at the table. You move towards the refreshment table. The food was all tiny and bite-sized, ready to be picked up and sampled by on-the-move attendees. It was immediately apparent that there was plenty to choose from, just from the level of care with which it was presented. It was clear this was the fancy stuff. Happy to try it out. Not knowing what to expect was part of the fun. You sampled a few of the items laid on the table. The unusual combinations of texture and taste made for a fun game of guessing what you'd like and what you wouldn't, with surprises in both directions. Some of the things that you were sure would be weird turned out to be the most delicious. Moved on to something else. Mingled with other guests. Now that the event was in full swing, clusters of people had begun to form. You felt like joining one of them and getting to know some new people. Scanning the room, you spotted a few groups that looked open enough for you to approach. You decided to talk to the kids who looked around your age, a gaggle of younger-looking kids, older people. Let's do this. It wasn't a big group, but you figured this would be one that you'd have the most in common with, in terms of interests, hobbies, and daily life. Wandering out, you slipped into a small circle with ease. Group for one more? The other kids nodded. They seemed friendly enough. You learned that most of them were in the same boat as you. Their parents had wanted to come and decided to bring them along. That is, except for one poor soul who had been expecting a night in with a babysitter and pizza, but sudden illness and the difficulty of finding a replacement sitter last minute had led to a change in plans. As a group, you swapped opinions on everything from the food to what people were wearing, voicing your thoughts on what would make the event better. Despite your similar ages, none of you could agree on what the perfect party would look like. It seemed unlikely that any function could offer laser tag. snowboarding, a music festival, and pizza, at least in your little part of California. Let's try something else. Watch the band play. You decide to go check on the band who start playing earlier. Staying clear of the dance floor, you kept to the side and took a position close to the band's set. You weren't the only one. There are a few others stationed close by to better appreciate the music. The players were focusing intently on their craft, too busy with their performance to acknowledge your approach. They were all on string instruments. There was a keyboard set up nearby, maybe for another song or for special requests. Thought the playing was pretty good. The sound was... well, I can't read that word. Melodious? And suitable for the event. The musicians were doing a fine job of keeping pace with each other, and you didn't hear any obvious mistakes. You moved on. Let's do the dancing. You tugged the edge of the dance floor, looking for someone who might be interested in joining you. Feeling a tap on your shoulder, you glance behind to find a boy with dark brown eyes staring there. At a guess, you estimated he was around your age, maybe a little older. Are you planning on dancing? Yeah, if I could find a partner. Smiling, the stranger nodded at your response. We should dance then. It's perfect timing. A new song is just about to start. Flattered, surprised. He simply continued to look over your face, even lifting his hand up, free to take. Accept. Happy to dance with him. Okay. I believe this is Baxter based on the freckle on his neck, so hold on. I can't really recognize me because I know what Baxter looks like when he's older. But this is a cute little guy, so you took his hand in yours. The only acknowledgement he gave was a casual wisp of a smile. You suspected this was as routine for him as a handshake. Together you walked out on the dance floor. The boy's stance shifted into a proper form for formal dancing, confirmed your earlier suspicions. He clearly had lessons in this area, which explained his casual attitude about securing a dance. A lot of country club parents put their kids in classes like that, whether as part of a last-minute panic before a big event or a weekly extracurricular as soon as the kid could walk. You learned but didn't like it. Let's do that. From the way he confidently guided you into position, you could guess that he'd been one who was enrolled in dance classes for some time. Yet you had come to the country club quite a few times over the years, and you struggled to recall seeing him before. The first notes of the new song caught you off guard. You began to dance, your unknown partner taking the lead. You are aware that almost all the other dancing couples were men paired with women, which was not the case for you and this boy. You were at ease. This was a welcoming environment. Your two moms wouldn't be members otherwise. Not being the majority didn't mean that there wasn't any problem with it. Two of you moved to the music as you proved your own skill on the dance floor, competently keeping pace with the music and taking depth steps that matched his. The boy's eyes lit up. Your partner and you were quickly able to get into a groove together. You wondered what his motives for picking you were. Had the decision been entirely random? Though you were curious. Short of asking him outright, there was no way you could tell. The style of dance dictated by the music meant that you were spending a solid few minutes in very close proximity to someone you've never met before. It was peculiar to think that you didn't even know his name. You were near enough to notice a small birthmark on his neck. You could just ask for his name, but he'd show no inclination to talk once you'd begun dancing. While you were considering this, the song came to an end. Oh. Your hands released as he politely took a step back. Thank you for dancing with me. You have nice legs. What the fuck? He breezed away before you could formulate a response to the unprompted compliment. It wasn't a feature you were accustomed to, people commenting on, good or bad. He disappeared into the crowd dance floor just like that. It was a mystery if you had seen him around the country club again, or if this was the first and last time he would saunter into your life. Do something else. Sat at one of the tables. Okay, we're gonna pause. Let me save. Okay. I'm gonna quit the game. This is all I'm doing for today. So, I think we had just met Baxter. I think this is what's going to happen. Is we're going to pick this back up again on Saturday. Because tomorrow I'm going to do some Once Human. So let me look for somebody to raid out to. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream today. I was trying so hard to get through the stuff so that we could meet Baxter, but I think we just did, so we can move on. And we can continue the rest of it next time. Let me find somebody to raid out to. Okay, it looks like somebody's doing a debut-a-thon. So we're gonna raid out to her. What is she playing? RV There Yet? Okay. This is Kitty Batty. She's playing RV There Yet. So go say hi. Say, tell her how pretty she is and stuff like that. Cause that's pretty cool. She's got a few hours left of her debut-a-thon. So I will be back tomorrow for some Once Human. Thank you for hanging out with me, and I'll see you tomorrow.